Hello and welcome back to Road Trivia, the trivia game you can play in your car by yourself or with a bunch of friends. Today we have a long haul. The long haul trivia quiz is a combination of every trivia quiz, including the two boat trivias from the month of June. So there are 641 questions in this. It takes over 5 hours if you want to play the whole game. Thank you for watching. Let's get started with long haul number 6. Question number 1. A cowboy riding an ostrich, an elephant with polka dots, a boat that can't float, and a lion with wings are members of what group found on an island featured in a television adaptation of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? Found on an island, that is the Misfit Toys. The Island of Misfit Toys. Question number 2. Based in Atlanta, what soft drink was created by the former Confederate soldier John Pemberton in 1886 and given a brand name based on the presence of a now absent narcotic? They just don't make them like they used to. That is cocaineless Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is the answer. Question number 3. What 11-letter word is indicated in the passage of the Constitution stating that a person charged in any state with a felony who flees to another state shall be delivered up to the state having jurisdiction of the crime? What's that process called? It can happen on a state level or a federal level. The answer is extradition. Question number 4. What is the title of the 1939 John Steinbeck novel featuring Tom Joad and his family that deals with people moving from the Dust Bowl to California during the Great Depression? This is basically a road trip book. Tom Joad takes his family on Route 66 in The Grapes of Wrath. Question number 5. He is a fictional representation of the ruling political party in George Orwell's 1984, who is said to be watching you. What is his name? That is also the name of a CBS reality show in which viewers watch contestants trapped in a house. In George Orwell's 1984, it is always Big Brother who is watching you. Question number 6. This is the instinctual force of life, unconscious, uncontrollable, and isolated. What is the name of this internal force described by Sigmund Freud that accompanies the ego and the superego? This internal force is called the id. Question number 7. Coming to the country every year in late April and staying until later in August, what is the type of small bird, around 25 centimeters long with a weight of around 380 grams, that serves as an unofficial mascot of the country of Iceland? I've been there once. They're everywhere. The answer is the puffin. I think I even got a puffin keychain. Question number 8. The United States, United Kingdom, Soviet Union, and China were known as the Big Four during the Second World War. Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill led the US and the UK. What two men led the Soviet Union and China? in order is Joseph Stalin and Chiang Kai-shek. Question number 9. One rises in southwest Tibet and then flows through India, Pakistan, and into the Arabian Sea. The other flows from the Himalayas through India and Bangladesh into the Bay of Bengal. What are the names of these two rivers? I gotta have both. The answer is the Indus and the Ganges. Question number 10. In what strategy game of German origin, but not with a German name, is the object to get a player's 10 marbles from one end of the six-sided star into the other end of the six-sided star? It is not Chinese and it is not checkers, but the name of it is Chinese checkers. Question number 11. Molten rock material that flows on top of the Earth's surface is known as lava. What is the proper scientific term that it is referred to as while it flows under the surface and before it erupts? The answer is magma.
With liquid hot magma.
Question number 12. Its rhyming scheme could be A-B-B-A, A-B-B-A, C-D-E, C-D-E. What is this single stanza 14-line poem written in iambic pentameter of which Shakespeare wrote many? One of the things that Shakespeare was famous for was his sonnets. Sonnet is the answer. Question number 13. What is the nickname of the region of the North Atlantic stretching from Florida and Puerto Rico to a namesake island that has been the site of several maritime disappearances, including the Scorpion submarine in 1968? What do they call that creepy little region of the North Atlantic? The answer is the Bermuda Triangle. Question number 14. Widely considered to be one of the greatest coaches in NFL history, what prolific professional football coach holds numerous coaching records, including winning a record 6 Super Bowls as the head coach of the Patriots? That coach is Bill Belichick. Question number 15. The picture of Dorian Gray was featured in this 2003 film based on an Alan Moore comic book. What was the title of this film that also included characters like the Invisible Man, Tom Sawyer, and Captain Nemo? The answer is The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Question number 16. An adult has about 25 trillion. They are formed in bone marrow and are destroyed in the spleen. What are these cells, also called erythrocytes, that are disc-shaped cells transporting oxygen in the body? The cell we're looking for is a red blood cell. Question number 17. These legendary ladies you do not want to meet. In Ireland, they haunt the burial mounds found across the country. and their loud shrieking and keening are said to portend a death in the hearer's family. What is this unwelcome screaming messenger called? The answer is a banshee. Question number 18. Many chose this path to the Americas because they were poor and unable to afford passage. What name is given to servants who agreed to work for a certain number of years, often 7, and then given their freedom? The answer is indentured servants. Question 19. It's where the wreckage of Blackbeard's flagship is believed to have been discovered in 1997. Due to that, and many other wrecks, what is the most common nickname of this dangerous region off North Carolina's coast? It's not a mysterious area like the Bermuda Triangle, it's just a dangerous area. What is it called right off North Carolina's coast? They call it the Graveyard of the Atlantic. And question 20, believed to have been written around 1590 or 1592, Catherine, Bianca, Lucentio, and Petruchio are some of the main characters in what Shakespearean comedy that has been adapted to modern movies several times? The answer is The Taming of the Shrew. Question number 1. When Ali Baba stumbles upon a gang of 40 thieves who are visiting their hidden treasure, he overhears that the cave has a magical door that can only be opened by saying what 2 words? The magic words from that story are Open Sesame. Question number 2. Civic, radar, level, rotor, kayak, madam, and race car are all examples of what type of word, number, or phrase whose sequence of characters reads the same backwards as forward. Words and numbers that can be read the same forward and backward are called a palindrome. Question number 3. It occurs when the air sacs in the lungs become stretched and enlarged so that they are less able to supply oxygen. What is this disease which brings shortness of breath and painful coughing to heavy smokers? That description is describing emphysema. Question number 4. His books focus on Jack Ryan, who rises from CIA analyst to become president. The video games Ghost Recon and Rainbow Six are by his company. What is the name of this author of The Hunt for Red October and Op Center? The answer is Tom Clancy. Question number 5. What is the title of the novel written by Thomas Hardy in 1874, his first literary success, in which Gabriel Oak, Sergeant Troy, and William Boldwood all pursue Bathsheba Everdeen? I've still not read this story, but I know that Thomas Hardy wrote Far from the Madding Crowd. Question number 6. Engelbert Humperdinck composed an opera about what two small children from a story by the Brothers Grimm in which the children foil the plans of a witch who wants to eat them? This story is about Hansel and Gretel. That's the name of the opera. Question number 7. In which Shakespearean play does Antonio borrow 3,000 ducats from the moneylender Shylock, with the stipulation that if the money is not repaid on time, he must forfeit 1 pound of his flesh? The answer is The Merchant of Venice. Question number 8. Serving as the informal nickname of the fictional desert planet of Arrakis, featured in both versions, what is the title of the 1965 Frank Herbert novel and the 2021 Denis Villeneuve film? Another name for Arrakis is Dune. Question number 9. 2 weeks before the Wall Street crash of 1929, the Howdy Corporation created the product, originally named Bib Label Lithiated Lemon Lime Soda. By what shorter name do we know this popular soda today? The answer is 7-Up. Question number 10. Referring to Britain's 1940 stand against Hitler's control of Europe, Winston Churchill stated that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say what? They will still say that this was their finest hour. Question number 11. In the field of chemistry, what is the adjective that literally means water-fearing and describes molecules that are not polar and therefore do not dissolve in water? It means water-fearing. The answer is hydrophobic. Question number 12. Its chemical formula is FeS squared. Technically, it's called iron sulfide or iron pyrites. It is shiny yellow and it occurs abundantly as a native ore. In popular terms, what is this mineral called? The answer is fool's gold. Question number 13. Based on the Margaret Landon novel, the New York Times' Brooks Atkinson called what Rodgers and Hammerstein stage musical an original and beautiful excursion into the Far East? That trip to the Far East is from The King and I. Question 14. Often called goalposts, bedpost, or snake eyes, what numerical term is used when a bowler is left with the leftmost and the rightmost pin in the back row, that they must knock down with a single ball to achieve a spare? We're looking for the numerical nickname for that. They call that the 7-10 split. Question number 15. While his official purpose was to control rodents aboard the ship, what was the name of Ellen Ripley's cat in the 1979 movie Alien, who rode aboard the USCSS Nostromo and also served as a source of relaxation and entertainment for the crew? The answer is Jonesy. Jonesy the cat. Question number 16. It is surrounded by the Caspian Sea to its north and the Persian Gulf to its south. What is the name of this country bordered by Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, and Iraq, with its capital at Tehran? The answer is Iran. Question 17. The term means art person in Japanese, and training for this profession started in the 18th century. Who are these Japanese professional female entertainers whose jobs include singing, dancing, playing instruments, and conversation? The answer is a geisha. Question number 18. In England and Canada, this holiday is the day after Christmas and marked a time when the gentry gave servants gifts. What is this day whose name comes from the containers the gifts were given in? The answer is Boxing Day. Question number 19. Its top was designed as a mooring mast for dirigibles, and it's located on the former site of the Astor Mansion and the old Waldorf Astoria Hotel. What is the name of the most famous building designed by Shreve, Lamb, and Harmon? The answer is the Empire State Building. And question 20. It is still stamped as FD on all British coins, and Parliament recognized it as a title in 1554. What is this ecclesiastical title first conferred in 1521 by Pope Leo X that is still held by British monarchs? The answer is the Defender of the Faith. Question number 1. What is the name of the web browser developed by Apple whose logo is a compass that is the default browser on Apple devices like MacBooks and iPhones? That would be Safari. Question number 2, named after a French phrase which means to let go. What is the economic policy in which the private businesses are free from government interference? That policy is known as laissez-faire. Question number 3. Violence during the Irish War of Independence was centered in what capital city of Northern Ireland where Catholic civilians were persecuted? The answer is Belfast. Question number 4. What is the name of the nemesis of Sherlock Holmes who falls to his death at a gorge in the Reichenbach Falls in The Final Problem? Full name is Professor James Moriarty, but if you just said Moriarty, that would be correct. Question number 5. Who was the character from Les Miserables who was pursued relentlessly by Inspector Javert and later decides to adopt Fantine's daughter, Cosette? The answer is Jean Valjean. Question number 6. The League of Nations deemed illegal the Soviet Union's invasion of Finland, which started what war and, as a result, expelled the USSR from the League? That was called the Winter War. Question number 7. This company's Rift headset is primarily designed for gaming. Samsung collaborated with what company to make the Gear VR headset? The answer is Oculus. Question number 8. What country owns Gibraltar, the piece of land on the eastern side of the Iberian Peninsula that extends to the very end of the peninsula? Gibraltar is owned by the United Kingdom. Question number 9. What is the actual name of the bone, commonly called the kneecap, that lies between the femur and tibia? The answer is the patella. Question number 10. What is the largest country in Central America that has its capital at Managua, and the largest lake in Central America is named after? The answer is Nicaragua. Question number 11. At constant temperature, what is the name of the scientific law which states that pressure increases as volume decreases and vice versa? The answer is Boyle's Law. Question number 12. Who is the scientist that disproved the idea that offspring's traits are a blend of their parents' traits through his experiments with pea plants? You don't get a blend, you get one or the other. Gregor Mendel is the guy who worked with the pea plants. Question 13. What are the small structures that line the interior of the small intestine that are used to absorb nutrients from substances while they flow through? The answer is villi. Question 14. What is the name of the element symbolized with just an N, which forms a triple bond with carbon in cyanide? The answer is nitrogen. Question 15. What is the name of the Eastern European tribe east of the Volga River that fought with the Romans during the decline of their empire? Those were the Huns. Question 16. A partial meltdown occurred in 1979 at a Pennsylvania U.S. nuclear plant located on what island within the Susquehanna River? The answer is 3 Mile Island. Question number 17. Johann Strauss wrote a famous waltz titled after which river that passes through the capitals of 4 European countries? The name of the song was The Blue Danube. The answer is the Danube River. Question number 18. Which New Jersey resort city, which is the inspiration behind the board game Monopoly, also hosts the annual Miss America pageant? The answer is Atlantic City. Question number 19. What is the title of the poem by Emma Lazarus that is engraved on the Statue of Liberty? You know the words, but do you know the title? The title of the poem is The New Colossus. And question 20. The Treaty of Nanking ended the first of 2 wars over this drug. Britain often traded what drug obtained from poppies to China? The answer is opium. Question number 1. These numbers are very closely related to Lucas numbers, and a puzzle involving counting rabbits in a field as they mate is used to find these numbers. What is the name for this series of numbers which is created by adding the previous 2 numbers? The answer is Fibonacci numbers, or the Fibonacci sequence. Question number 2. Snacks that include this ingredient include kabukum and Bamba Puffs. A Charles M. Schulz strip comic named after this food features characters such as Violet, Linus, and Snoopy. And George Washington Carver used what kind of food to make many of his products? The food we're looking for is the simple peanut. Question number 3. Quarks combine to form this class of fundamental particles, which include protons and neutrons and can be classified into baryons and mesons. Scientists using a large collider named after what type of particles discovered the Higgs boson in 2012? The term we're looking for is hadrons. Question number 4. What name was given to the form of pictorial writing from ancient Egypt that was ultimately decoded by Jean-François Champollion after the 1799 discovery of the Rosetta Stone? That pictorial writing is hieroglyphics. Question number 5. One king from this city built the Gate of Ishtar and ordered the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem. Another ruler from what Mesopotamian city-state created an early law code which listed 282 punishments, such as a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. The answer is Babylon. Question number 6. This now one-man band rose to fame in 2007 with I Write Sins Not Tragedies with the album A Fever You Can't Sweat Out. Other hits by what popular band led by Brendon Urie include This Is Gospel and Victorious. Brendon Urie is the lead singer of Panic at the Disco. Question number 7. In one of his paintings, Monet depicted these specific flowers floating under a Japanese bridge. Claude Monet often drew many paintings of what type of flowers from his garden in Giverny? The answer is water lilies. Question number 8. What is the title of the 2009 James Dashner dystopian novel made into a 2014 movie starring Dylan O'Brien, where once a month a teenage boy is dropped into the Glade, surrounded by the tidal place filled with monsters known as grievers? That book and movie were called The Maze Runner. Question number 9. Valentina Tereshkova became the first woman with this job by piloting Vostok 6. Individuals of this occupation began their journeys from Baikonur, including the dog Laika, who died inside Sputnik 2. Yuri Gagarin, the first person in outer space, served as what Soviet counterpart to US astronauts? The word we're looking for is cosmonaut. Question number 10. A solution of chromate ions has this color, as does the precipitate formed when lead nitrate reacts with potassium iodide. Sodium compounds give off this color in a flame test. Saffron is traditionally used to dye fabrics this color, and processed uranium ore is known as a cake of what color? Processed uranium ore is known as yellow cake. Yellow is the answer. Question number 11. This process can be thought of as moving down the concentration gradient. What is the name of this process by which solute molecules of any substance moves from higher concentration to lower concentration? The answer is diffusion. Question number 12. The concept of heat death comes from this British physicist who incorrectly estimated the age of the Earth. What is the last name of this man who now names the SI unit of temperature on an absolute scale as contrasted with relative scales like Celsius and Fahrenheit? So if it's not Celsius and it's not Fahrenheit, it is Kelvin, named after Lord Kelvin. Question 13. An example of this object is the candida, which was used by politicians to demonstrate honesty. The pulla type of this garment was worn in mourning, and the picta was dyed purple to be worn by emperors. What is this large woolen garment that was draped and folded over ancient Roman men? The answer is the toga. Question 14. This religious figure struck a rock to create a spring at Rephidim and rescued Zipporah in Midian. Who was this Abrahamic religious leader who led the Israelites out of slavery in Egypt and received the Ten Commandments? The answer is Moses. Question number 15. This man arrested the Gang of Eight, which led a coup in August of 1991 to remove him from power. What was the name of this Soviet president who was the eighth and final leader of the USSR before its downfall? The last leader of the USSR was Mikhail Gorbachev. Question number 16. The USS Yorktown was sunk during this battle. 6 months after Pearl Harbor, the US sunk 4 of Japan's aircraft carriers during which battle, named after the atoll where it took place? The answer is the Battle of Midway. Question number 17. The Kosi, Karnali, and Yamuna are this river's largest tributaries, and its heavily populated basin contains the Sundarbans, a mangrove forest. What is the name of this most sacred river of Hinduism that flows through Bangladesh and India? The answer is the Ganges River. Question number 18. In one song, she claims that karma's not a liar, she keeps receipts. In another song, this singer says, "You held me down, but I got up," before proclaiming that she has the eye of the tiger dancing through the fire. Who is this artist behind Swish Swish and Roar? Her name is Katy Perry. Question number 19. A southern version of this structure was made through the Gadsden Purchase in present-day New Mexico and Arizona. What was the name of this structure, constructed in the 1860s, which extended from San Francisco Bay to Council Bluffs, Iowa? The name we're looking for is the Transcontinental Railroad. And question 20. When the TV show South Park debuted, one of its most memorable and unique running gags was the recurring death of the muffle voice parka-wearing kid of the group. Who was this character that died in every episode until his permanent death in Season 5? The answer is Kenny McCormick. Question number 1. These scientists realized that pitchblende was much more active than uranium and processed tons of it as part of their discovery of polonium and radium. What is this surname of Marie and Pierre who won a Nobel Prize for their work with radiation? The answer is Curie. Marie and Pierre Curie. Question number 2. In a 2015 Salento song, he urges the listener to watch me do these two dances. in which you raise your hand in front of you and then place your hand in the air and sway your feet from side to side. According to the song, you should watch him do what two titled dance moves? In the 2015 song, he says, "Watch me whip and watch me nay-nay." Question number 3. He's not Poseidon, but this god wields a trident called the Trishula. After he drinks the poison from the churning of the ocean, this deity is left with a blue throat. Who is this god, the husband of Parvati and the father of the elephant-headed god Ganesh? The answer is Shiva. Question number 4. Characters in this novel are governed by the 7 commandments. What is this satirical novel by George Orwell in which the pigs Snowball and Napoleon fight for control over the title place and its inhabitants? The answer is Animal Farm. Question number 5. The work of this group was detailed by the Smith Report, and a letter partially written by Albert Einstein urged the development of this program. What is the name of this US-led research project during World War II that developed the first nuclear weapon? The answer is the Manhattan Project. Question number 6. After being featured in The Hate That Hate Produced, this man controversially described JFK's assassination as chickens coming home to roost. Who was this man that was assassinated at the Audubon Ballroom in 1965, mere days after claiming that the Nation of Islam was trying to kill him? The answer is Malcolm X. Question number 7. She was the first female aviator to receive the U.S. Distinguished Flying Cross for flying solo across the Atlantic Ocean. What was the name of this woman who, along with Fred Noonan, disappeared over the South Pacific Ocean? The answer is Amelia Earhart. Question number 8. This man captured Addis Ababa during his reign, forcing the exile of the Ethiopian emperor. This dictator's National Fascist Party came to power after he led the Black Shirts during his march on Rome. Who is this leader, also known as Il Duce, who was the Italian prime minister from 1922 to 43? The answer is Mussolini, Benito Mussolini. Question number 9. Although he is not Gershwin, this man recorded with Gil Evans in his album Porgy and Bess, as well as his first album, The Birth of Cool, and worked with Joaquin Rodrigo and Manuel de Falla in Sketches of Spain. Who was this jazz trumpeter who created Kind of Blue? The Birth of Cool was by Miles Davis. Question number 10. This band's first hit single was Sugar, We're Going Down Swingin'. What was the name of this alternative rock band that became even more popular when they recorded the song Immortals for the 2014 Disney animated movie Big Hero 6? The answer is Fallout Boy? Question number 11. The second law of this branch of science states that entropy will always tend to increase in a system. What is this branch of science that is concerned with studying temperature and energy? The answer is thermodynamics. Question number 12. Johann Sebastian Bach was a composer during this period, which was followed by the classical period. Other composers during what period of music from around 1600 to 1750 include Henry Purcell and Johann Pachelbel. Before the classical period was the Baroque period. Question number 13. Although from Geneva, this French Enlightenment philosopher stated that man is born free and everywhere he is in chains, in his treatise, The Social Contract. Who was this man that also wrote Discourse on Inequality and Emily? The answer is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Question number 14. 2 dams have been built on this river, Inga 1 and Inga 2. This river's sources include the Lualaba River and the Boyoma Falls, and the Chambishi River. What is this deepest river in the world that is also the second longest river in Africa after the Nile? The answer is the Congo River. Question number 15. This man defeated the Sheridan Sea Pirates during his reign. This successor of Seti I signed a treaty with Hattusili III after the Battle of Kadesh. This king is known in Greek as Ozymandias. What is the name of this Egyptian pharaoh with the epithet the Great? Ramses II. Ramses the Great was Ramses number 2. Question number 16. During one of these events, Louis IX was captured at the Battle of Almansura. Frederick Barbarossa drowned during one of these events, and the first of these events was called for by Pope Urban II and led to the capture of Jerusalem. What were these European attempts to recapture the Holy Land? These were called the Crusades. Question number 17. This city is bordered to the east by Biscayne Bay, which separates this city from another city known as its beach. This city is the seat of Dade County, and its seal and flag feature a palm tree. What is this U.S. city which is known for its large population of Cuban Americans? The answer is Miami. Miami, Florida. Question number 18. One character in this work carries out the plan Beelzebub made in Pandemonium, and earlier says that it is better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. What is this epic poem in which Adam and Eve are expelled from the Garden of Eden, written by John Milton? Adam and Eve were kicked out of the Garden in Eden in the book Paradise Lost. Question number 19. During this battle, French forces under Charles d'Albret got stuck in muddy terrain. English forces under Henry V utilized the longbow during what 1415 battle, which took place during St. Crispin's Day? This battle was very famous for its longbow action. The answer is the Battle of Agincourt. Question number 20. This biggest country on the Arabian Peninsula, whose capital is Riyadh, is the world's leading producer and exporter of petroleum. What is the name of this country that is sometimes called the Land of the Holy Mosques? Think of where all that oil money is. The answer is Saudi Arabia. Question number 1. This New Orleans princess holds on to the story of the Frog Prince her mother Eudora read to her as a child. Contrary to that tale, though, what Disney princess kisses Prince Naveen only to turn into a frog herself and get chased by Facilier and his shadows? This Disney princess is Princess Tiana. Question number 2. Cam Newton popularized this dance move, which involves placing your head into your bent elbow. What is the 3-letter name of this dance move that even Hillary Clinton famously attempted to perform on The Ellen Show? Cam Newton would do it when he scored a touchdown. The answer is dab. D-A-B. Question number 3. Groups such as the WCTU were supporters of this movement to ban alcohol, which became national law after the passing of the 18th Amendment. What was the name of this policy which the Volstead Act poorly implemented? The answer is prohibition. Question number 4. What is the name of the author who wrote about Weedon Scott taming the poorly treated dog-wolf hybrid White Fang, as well as Humphrey Van Wieden's experiences with Wolf Larson in 1904's The Sea Wolf? White Fang and the Sea Wolf were written by Jack London. Question number 5. Kufic script is used to inscribe this book, and readers of this work practice tajweed. People who memorize this work are known as hafiz, and this book is split into 114 surahs. The first revelation of what text occurred at the cave of Hira? The answer is the Quran. Question number 6. In this novel, Isaac becomes blind and decides to throw eggs at his ex-girlfriend's car. Characters in this novel go to Amsterdam to meet Peter Van Houten, the author of An Imperial Affliction. What is this novel by John Green about the cancer patients Augustus Waters and Hazel Lancaster? The answer is The Fault in Our Stars. Question number 7. One character faints after seeing a mannequin that looks like her. Carlotta is replaced in an opera in the song Think of Me, and Raoul is freed by the title character of what musical who sings The Music of the Night to woo Christine? The answer is the Phantom of the Opera. Question number 8. This nation is home to the city of Mariupol, which is located on the Sea of Azov. The Pripyat River flows into Belarus in the north and then back into which Eastern European country, which is home to most of the Dnieper River? The answer is Ukraine. Question number 9. After Nasser's nationalization of this waterway, Israeli, French, and British military forces intervened in its namesake crisis. What is the name of this artificial waterway that links the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea? That namesake crisis was the Suez Crisis. It is the Suez Canal. Question number 10. This man switched professions after almost being struck by a lightning bolt and praying to Saint Anne. Who was this German monk who sparked the Protestant Reformation and whose refusal to renounce his statements ultimately led to his excommunication by Pope Leo X at the Diet of Worms? The answer is Martin Luther. Question number 11. The walls of these smallest blood vessels allow nutrients and waste products to pass through. What are these smallest blood vessels in the human body that interweave to form their namesake beds? In the human body, capillary beds are made from, you guessed it, capillaries. Question number 12. It has the power to drive an onlooker insane with a single glance and resides on the ocean floor in the ruins of R'lyeh. What is this fictional creature created by H.P. Lovecraft that was a mix of dragon, man, and octopus? H.P. Lovecraft came up with the Cthulhu. Question number 13. This country's flag features a llama and a cinchona tree. It is bordered by Colombia and Ecuador to the north, Bolivia to the southeast, and Chile to the south. What is this country which contains the westernmost part of the Amazon River? The answer is Peru. Question 14. In this play, Tom forgets to pay the electricity bill, leading to a blackout. What is the title of this play in which the crippled Laura breaks the title object while in the middle of a dance with her high school crush, Jim O'Connor? The answer is The Glass Menagerie. Question number 15. Forces led by Mikhail Kutuzov forced this man to retreat at the Battle of Borodino, which led to his withdrawal from Russia. Who was this man whose loss to General von Blücher and the Duke of Wellington in one battle marked the end of his 100 Days campaign? The answer is Napoleon Bonaparte. Question 16. In February of 2017, a hot Cheeto shaped like this figure was sold on eBay for $99,000. Thane Maynard defended the action of his staff in the assassination of this figure? What was the name of this gorilla that was shot by a zoo worker after a 3-year-old boy fell into his enclosure? Rest in peace, Harambe. Harambe is the answer. Question number 17. This island in the Western Pacific is the largest in Micronesia, and its largest city is Dededo. What is the name of this U.S. territory that is located about 2,500 kilometers east of the Philippines? The answer is Guam. Question 18. This organism is described by the Poetic Edda and Prose Edda as holy and the place where the gods traditionally assembled for their meetings. What is the name of this giant sacred ash tree in Norse mythology that connects the 9 realms? The answer is Yggdrasil. Question number 19. He is the namesake of the second largest island in Hawaii. Who is this Hawaiian trickster god that was the brother of Pele, who once used fish hooks to pull up the islands from the bottom of the Pacific? The answer is Maui. And question 20. The majority of the most biodiverse rainforest in the world is in this country, and it is the only country that spans both the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn. What is this country, the only country in the Americas that speaks Portuguese as the official language? The answer is Brazil. This corporation sells everything from rocket-powered roller skates to explosive tennis balls. Its best customer is probably Wile E. Coyote, who uses what company's wares in his pursuit of the Roadrunner? He buys all of his gear from the Acme Corp. Acme is correct. Question number 2. Algeria broke away from which European country, and in the midst of independence, roughly 1 million Pied Noirs fled Algeria for this country, which was grossly unprepared for the exodus, causing refugees to sleep in the streets of coastal cities like Marseille and Toulon. The answer is France. Question number 3. Assigned to look into the theft of a shuttle from the titular space program, what was the 1979 spy film that features the only time the MI6 agent James Bond, this time played by Roger Moore, went into space? James Bond went into space in Moonraker. Question number 4. Abby and Jay Leno were the first 2 of these characters captured when a game in this series was played on Twitch. In another game, a maximum of 6 of these characters can be used when battling at a gym. Professor Oak gives the player one of what characters to start the adventure? These little pocket monsters are known as Pokemon. Question number 5. This biblical man earned the jealous anger of King Saul by defeating many Philistines, beginning with Goliath. What was the name of this man who later succeeded Saul as king of Israel and was the father of Solomon? The answer is David. Question number 6. In one of this composer's works, a playwright pleads with a seamstress, "What a frozen little hand, let me warm it for you," in the song Sceglita Manina. Who was this Italian composer of the operas Madame Butterfly, Turandot, and the aforementioned La Boheme? The answer is Giacomo Puccini. Question number 7. The guqin is a Chinese member of this instrument family, which also includes the bouzouki and an instrument sometimes played with hammers, the dulcimer. What is this family of instruments that also includes zithers and sitars? It may have thrown you off if you know that they're played with hammers, but the answer is strings, the string family. Question number 8. Proclaiming that I am the state, which French Louis, nicknamed the Sun King, signed the Treaty of Utrecht with his grandson Philip V and commissioned the opulent Palace of Versailles? The answer is Louis XIV. Question number 9. One song by this band tells the listener that in darkness, she is all I see. And aside from Sunday Morning, this band states that I was there for you in your darkest times in their song Maps. What is this band led by Adam Levine, whose hits include Sugar and Cold? The answer is Maroon 5. Question number 10. In 1893, Colorado was the first U.S. state to adopt an amendment for this movement. What name was given to this movement whose goals were adopted into law through the ratification of the 19th Amendment? What was the movement whose goals were adopted into law by the 19th Amendment? That would be women's suffrage, or the right to vote. Question number 11. Facilities contaminated with this disease, which presents with skin infections and boils, are often intensely scrubbed to prevent further infection. What is the name of this difficult-to-treat disease, a staph infection that first became prevalent as a hospital-acquired infection? The answer is MRSA. Question number 12. The steady-state model competes with this theory, claiming that the universe is eternal. Stephen Hawking's singularity existed prior to what event in which the universe quickly and greatly expanded out of a high-density state? This event is the Big Bang. Question number 13. In this country's mythology, the god Wainamoinen constructs instruments called the Sampo and the Kantele in an attempt to woo the daughter of Louis. What is this North European country whose national epic is the Kalevala? Väinämöinen is from Finland. Question 14. Loki was the son of Farbauti and was married to Angrboda, both of whom were these type of giants. What is this race of mythical Norse giants that were divided into groups of frost and fire giants and were descended from Ymir? The answer is a Jotun, or if you're talking about multiple, it's the Jotnar. Question 15. Though the actual date of the Japanese surrender in World War II was on August 14th of that year, VJ Day is celebrated in the US on September 2nd, the anniversary of the official signing of surrender papers on board what US battleship? The answer is the USS Missouri. Question number 16. The 1983 film Risky Business featured the now famous scene in which Tom Cruise's character lip syncs and dances around his house in a dress shirt and underwear to the accompaniment of what hit song? I know you can picture the scene, but can you think of the song? The answer is Old Time Rock and Roll by Bob Seger. Question 17. This city led the Italian League during the Lombardy Wars. This Italian city-state was a Tuscan republic that suffered internal strife between the Ghibellines and the Guelphs in the 13th century. Savonarola organized the 1497 Bonfire of the Vanities in what city? The answer is Florence. And question 18. This island's native Taino people fought the settlers of La Navidad, which was founded after Columbus's Santa Maria ran aground on this island's western shore. What is this Caribbean island that is politically divided between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and whose name illustrates its possession by Spain? The answer is Hispaniola. Question 19. A state law in Virginia forbids many schools from beginning the school year until after this date. That law is often called the King's Dominion Law for a theme park that benefits from it. What is this federal holiday celebrated on the first Monday in September, which unofficially marks the end of summer? The answer is Labor Day. And question 20. Characters in this book discover the secret identity of RAB after receiving help from the elf Creature, who lives at 13 Grimmauld Place. In this novel, Horcruxes must be destroyed in order to kill Voldemort. What is this seventh book in a series created by J.K. Rowling? Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. That was the final book. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows is the answer. Let's get started. Question number 1. What is the name of the hiking trail in the eastern United States that covers almost 2,200 miles between Georgia and Maine and passes through 14 states? That would be the Appalachian Trail. Question number 2. What is the most littered item in the world, with an estimated 4.5 trillion being tossed each year into the environment? The answer is cigarette butts. Question number 3. Who is this New Zealand-born country music singer who has won 4 Grammy Awards, is married to Nicole Kidman, and replaced Steven Tyler on American Idol? The answer is Keith Urban. Question number 4. This 1982 Stephen King novella was titled The Body, but was changed to what title when it was made into a 1986 movie directed by Rob Reiner, where 4 boys go searching for a dead body? That movie was called Stand By Me. Question number 5. What company's marketing mascot is a pink mechanical rabbit wearing sunglasses that keeps going and going and going? In America, that company is the Energizer Company. He's the Energizer Bunny. Question number 6. What 1993 docudrama follows an epidemiologist's journey into investigating an outbreak in the increased death rate of gay men in urban areas that would be ultimately identified as AIDS? The answer is, And the Band Played On. Question number 7. John H. Wood Jr. was the first federal judge to be assassinated in the 20th century by Charles V. Harrelson, who is the father of what famous actor who starred in movies White Men Can't Jump and Zombieland? The answer is Woody Harrelson. Question number 8. What is this 1962 film based on a 1960 Pulitzer Prize novel of the same name that is narrated by the adult Scout and was the film debut of Robert Duvall? Robert Duvall got his start in To Kill a Mockingbird. Question number 9. Moussaka is a rich tomato meat sauce layered with eggplant and topped with a thick layer of bechamel sauce, with the best known version found in which European country? The answer is Greece. Question number 10. The quest for the Holy Grail that is found by Knight Sir Galahad first appears in the legend of which king? The answer, King Arthur. Question number 11. The American penny currently has the lowest face value physical unit of a U.S. currency. It contains 2.5% copper, and what metal constitutes the remaining 97.5%? The answer is mostly zinc. Question number 12. Sir Walter Raleigh led an expedition into South America in search of what mythical city said to be filled with gold? That city is known as El Dorado. Question number 13. Due to its value in food preservation, Roman soldiers were sometimes paid with what mineral that was also used for food seasoning? Sometimes they were paid in salt. Question number 14. Charles Darwin sailed around the world from 1831 to 1836 as a naturalist aboard what ship, and his experiences helped him develop his theory of evolution? That ship was the HMS Beagle. Question 15. What business began when its creators found themselves stuck in Paris on a snowy evening, unable to find a taxi? They asked, what if you could request a ride simply by tapping your phone? The answer is Uber. Question 16. In the Christian tradition, the making of what type of bread and consuming it after breaking the fast on Good Friday is done in order to commemorate the crucifixion of Jesus? This bread is known as hot cross buns. Question 17. What jewelry firm, founded in 1842 in St. Petersburg, Russia, has created exquisite jewels including the legendary series of lavish imperial Easter eggs? Those are known as the Fabergé eggs. It was the House of Fabergé. Question number 18. Rubella is a contagious viral infection preventable by vaccine and best known by its distinctive red rash. What is the more common name for this virus? The answer is the measles, specifically the German measles. Question 19. What is the collection of myths and stories by J.R.R. Tolkien that was published posthumously by his son and believed to be a prequel to The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogy? It was known as the Silmarillion. And question 20. According to a famous rhyme, a superstitious bride should wear something old, something new, and what other two items? Something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. Question number 1. South of Cape Cod are two large islands popular with tourists, Nantucket and this island, where a high rate of hereditary deafness led to the creation of a unique sign language. William Labov studied the spoken dialect of a people on what island in the 1960s? The answer is Martha's Vineyard. Question number 2. In one version of this story, the title imp viciously tears himself in half after being foiled. But in the first edition of Grimm's Tales, what is the name of this creature that flies away after the queen discovers his true name and stops him from stealing her baby? She figures out that his name is Rumpelstiltskin. Question number 3. Many of the short stories in this collection had first been published in The Token, an annual literature book published in Boston in the early 1800s. What is this collection by Nathaniel Hawthorne that includes the stories The Ambitious Guest and Dr. Heidegger's Experiment? That's Nathaniel Hawthorne's Twice Told Tales. Question number 4. Peter the Great hated this complex and built a new capital city at St. Petersburg in part to avoid it. What is this heavily fortified complex which includes numerous cathedrals, and the current residence of Vladimir Putin that is part of the UNESCO Heritage Site with the nearby Red Square? The answer is the Kremlin. Question number 5. Rocket scientists calculate the force needed for this quantity to rise high enough to escape a planet's gravitational pull. Objects in free fall accelerate until they reach the terminal type of this quantity. What is this physical quantity that describes speed in a direction? The answer is velocity. Question number 6. Played by John Wayne in the 1969 version of the film and by Jeff Bridges in the 2010 version, what was the name of the U.S. Marshal who was hired by Maddie Ross to help her find her father's killer in the movie True Grit? John Wayne and Jeff Bridges played Rooster Cogburn. Question number 7. James Oglethorpe founded this southern colony as a debtor's prison. In its early years, it served as a buffer between more upstanding English colonies and Spanish Florida. What is this modern-day U.S. state? This former debtor's prison colony was the state of Georgia. Question number 8. In which Edgar Allan Poe short story does a mysterious branch of the Spanish Inquisition perform elaborate tortures on an unnamed narrator, strapping him under a swinging blade and trapping him between red-hot iron walls and a seemingly bottomless hole? The answer is The Pit and the Pendulum. Question number 9. The 1755 Lisbon earthquake destroyed dozens of churches on All Saints' Day, shaking many people's faith in a benevolent God and serving as a catalyst for this European intellectual movement. Voltaire and other thinkers in what movement promoted reason over faith? This movement was known as the Enlightenment. Question number 10. In Greek tragedy, this group of performers discusses the play's events in unison and serves as a summarizing spectator. The wasps, clouds, birds, and frogs of Aristophanes' plays serve what role, whose name now refers to a group of singers or a song's refrain? The term we're looking for is the chorus. Question number 11. A problem-solving technique often named for this man, these estimates use clever dimensional analysis. Who was this physicist that created the world's first nuclear reactor in Chicago that commonly made broad estimates, such as the number of hairs on a head or of piano tuners in a major city? Sometimes referred to as Fermi estimations, the answer is Enrico Fermi. Question number 12. Although it's not J.K. Rowling, this author also wrote a story titled The Philosopher's Stone. In another story by what man, a boy discovers that the title person is not wearing any clothes? The Philosopher's Stone and The Emperor's New Clothes were written by Hans Christian Andersen. Question number 13. The fictional search engine Finder Spider appears in dozens of shows, including Dexter, X-Files, Criminal Minds, and what long-running procedural drama starring William Peterson and Marge Helgenberger, with spin-offs set in New York and Miami? That show is called CSI. Question number 14. In the 1999 sci-fi thriller, The Matrix, Neo, played by Keanu Reeves, chooses to take what color of pill, which awakens him in the real world, where he is forcibly ejected from the liquid-filled chamber in which he has been obliviously living. He takes the red pill. Question number 15. What was the name of the American social reformer and political activist who was featured on the dollar coin and worked alongside Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucy Stone to create the National American Women's Suffrage Association? Her name was Susan B. Anthony. Question number 16. This fort in northeast New York was known as Fort Carillon after its construction by France during the French and Indian War. What is the name of this fort that was captured in 1775 by Benedict Arnold, Ethan Allen, and the Green Mountain Boys? That was the famous Fort Ticonderoga. Question number 17. Though separated by centuries, Rembrandt and Piet Mondrian share this home nation. What is this European country that was the home of neoplasticism, an art movement also known as de style? The answer is the Netherlands, or back then it was the Dutch Republic, but same place. Question number 18. After the Qin dynasty's collapse, the peasant Liu Bang rose to power and founded this successor dynasty. This dynasty's 4 centuries of power straddle the year 0 AD, and the majority ethnic group of China takes its name from which prosperous dynasty? The answer is the Han Dynasty. Question 19. This first Secretary of State and the third U.S. President organized the Compromise of 1790 with Alexander Hamilton. Who was this man whose disagreements with Hamilton over the proper size of the central government then led to the development of the first U.S. political parties? This third president was Thomas Jefferson. And question 20, located near the Euphrates River, what was the name given to the ancient wonder that was built by King Nebuchadnezzar II to help cure his wife Amethyst's homesickness for Medea's natural beauty? One of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, it was the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Question number 1. This R&B duo from Munich consisted of Fab Morvan and Rob Pilatus, and one of their biggest hits was a song titled Girl You Know It's True. However, when it was found out that the duo was lip-syncing all their music, what music group was forced to return their Grammy? You know that infamous duo as Milli Vanilli. Question number 2. In November of 1971, a man hijacked an aircraft flying from Portland, Oregon to Seattle, Washington. He parachuted with stolen cash over Washington State and was never found. What is the nickname given to this man who was responsible for the only unsolved hijacking in U.S. commercial aviation history? The answer is D.B. Cooper. Question number 3. Lieutenant Columbo solved a lot of crimes on television in the 1970s. He was famous for his wrinkled trench coat, old jalopy, and trademark cigar. What was this LA detective's first name on the show? The answer is Frank Columbo. Question number 4. In 1911, Hiram Bingham ventured into the jungle overgrowth and discovered the ancient Incan city of Machu Picchu. In what modern-day country is Machu Picchu located? The answer is the country of Peru. Question number 5. Today's fuel-injected engines rarely suffer from this phenomenon that occurred more frequently in cars with mechanical fuel pumps and carburetors. What is it called when liquid fuel changes to gas in the carburetor or the fuel line? Anywhere in the fuel delivery system, when the liquid fuel turns to gas. In the older cars, that would cause a condition called vapor lock. Vapor lock's the answer. Question number 6. These plastic interlocking bricks are made by a company in Denmark, and their name comes from a 2-word Danish phrase, which was contracted to Lego. What did the original 2-word Dutch phrase translate to in English? It translated to play well. Question number 7. The Chinese zodiac is represented by 12 animals which, unlike the Western zodiac with its month-long divisions, are assigned to an entire year. What animal is assigned to the year 2023? The answer is the rabbit. Question number 8. Some people say that the Iditarod, the annual dog race in Alaska, is a commemoration of a historical event that took place in 1925. That event involved dog teams delivering serum to rural, isolated Alaskan towns experiencing an outbreak of what disease? The answer is diphtheria. Question number 9. For a creative work to pass this test, 3 things must be present. 1. There must be at least 2 women characters, and 2. They must talk to each other. Lastly, their conversation cannot be about a man. What is the name of this test that is a litmus test for the representation of women in fiction? The answer is the Bechdel test. Question number 10. His real name was Farrokh Bulsara, and he was born in Zanzibar in 1946. In 2018, the movie Bohemian Rhapsody told the story of his legendary rock band Queen. This band's lead singer with the amazing 4-octave vocal range would come to be known to the world by what name? Farrokh Bulsara is known as Freddie Mercury. Question 11. According to the theory, many people commonly believe that POSH is an acronym. The story goes that this term designates the most desirable accommodations on a steamship voyage from England to India and back. In this somewhat questionable etymology, what does POSH stand for? The best spot on the boat is when you're port out and starboard home. Question number 12. Masahiro Mori first described this relationship between humanoid robots and the emotional response they evoke in human beings. Specifically, human beings feel uncomfortable when robots appear highly realistic. What is this term that Mori first described in an article published in 1970? That feeling is known as the uncanny valley. Question number 13. On playing cards, these are the small symbols on the front that determine the suit of the card. On dice, these are the small dots on each face. Dominoes also have these. These markings are commonly referred to by what term? All of those markings are referred to as pips. Question 14. This recent term refers to the attempt to conceal information, which in turn results in that information becoming more widespread as a result. What is this term that was coined for an American actress who took legal action to suppress aerial pictures of her California home from being published? After she sued the photographers, then everybody saw pictures of her house. It is known as the Streisand effect, after Barbra Streisand. Question number 15. An acronym is an abbreviation formed from the initial letters of other words and pronounced as a word. Examples include LASIK and laser. What is it called when the acronym is pronounced as individual letters? Example, DNA or FBI. I never knew this. I learned this today. The answer is an initialism. So it's different than an acronym. Question number 16. This song was originally used for the coronation of King Edward VII. Written by Sir Edgar Elgar, this piece of music has become the most popular choice for graduation processional marches for decades. What is the name of this song that you're probably hearing in your head right now? Boom, 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 boom. Pomp and circumstance. Pomp and circumstance is the answer. Question number 17. Collective nouns are the terms we assign to groups of animals, people, or things. More widely known collective nouns include a murder of crows and a clouder of cats. What is the collective noun given to a group of rhinoceroses? If you see a crash of rhinoceroses coming your way, get out of the way. Crash or stubbornness, either one of those will work. Question number 18. This English filmmaker never won an Oscar for directing, despite being nominated 5 times. Anthony Hopkins played him in the biopic, which was released in 2012. Who was this master of suspense who was known for making cameo appearances in many of his films? His name? Alfred Hitchcock. Question number 19, first recognized as a federal holiday in 2021 under President Joe Biden, this became the newest legal federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day. What is this holiday whose name comes from the date on which Union troops enforced the emancipation of slaves in Texas? This holiday is known as Juneteenth. Question number 20. In the movie Elf, starring Will Ferrell, an orphan baby accidentally crawls into Santa's sack and is taken back to the North Pole. When the infant is discovered, the elves name the baby after his diaper's brand label. What is the name that the elves give to the human baby? The answer is Buddy. Buddy the Elf. Question number 1. What is the only animal that has cube-shaped poo? Personally, I did not know this until the cruise. The wombat is the only animal that has cube-shaped poo. Question number 2. Always active, night and day, what is the hardest working muscle in the human body? That would be your heart or the cardiac muscle. Question number 3. Typically involving the juice and peel, boiled with sugar and water, marmalade is made from what type of fruit? Now on the ship, we got this one wrong because we said orange, and I guess the correct answer is just citrus. Also, I know you guys don't like the way I pronounce words sometimes, so I brought in an expert for this one.
Tau matawhakatangihanga ko au o tamate atu ripu kakapiki maunga horo nuku pokai whenua ki tanata.
Is the longest place name in the world. What country is it located in? The answer is New Zealand. Question number 5. What year was the very first model of the iPhone released? Not the iPod, the iPhone. The iPhone came out to the public in 2007. Question number 6. What month and day did Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, and James Monroe all die? They all died on July 4th. Question number 7. What do you call the blending of sounds and meanings of two words into one word? For example, motel from motor and hotel, and brunch from breakfast and lunch. The answer is a portmanteau. Question number 8. What was the name of the mall at the beginning of the 1985 film Back to the Future? It had a different name at the end, but at the beginning, it was the Twin Pines Mall. Question number 9. Before he married his cousin, Queen Elizabeth II, in 1947, Prince Philip was already a member of what country's royal family? The answer is Greece and Denmark. Either one of those will be correct. Question number 10. Which popular cartoon character lives in a pineapple under the sea? The answer is SpongeBob SquarePants. Question number 11. Since its inception in 1911, what annual American sporting event is held every Memorial Day weekend? The answer is the Indianapolis 500. Question number 12. Which animal's name translates to river horse? Some of these questions are pretty short, so you got a little bit of extra time to get them answered than the normal 5 seconds. Just enjoy it. The answer is the hippopotamus. Here's another short one. Question number 13. Sofia is the capital of which country? Sofia is the capital of Bulgaria. Question number 14. What film did Judi Dench win an Oscar for in 1999 by playing a role that was only on screen for 8 minutes? The answer is Shakespeare in Love. Question number 15. What number sits to the immediate right of the number 20 on a standard dartboard? In the spot right next to 20, what number is it? 20 is the best, and 1 is the lowest point you can get. 1 is the answer. Question number 16. The Sino-Japanese War that occurred from 1937 to 1945 took place between Japan and what other country? The answer is China. Question number 17. With physical symptoms such as nausea, sweating, or shaking, electrophobia is the fear of what animal? Electrophobia is the fear of chickens. Question number 18. In what 1980 film does Aretha Franklin star as the owner of a soul food cafe? That movie was called The Blues Brothers. Question 19. Who wrote and directed the 2003 martial arts action film Kill Bill Volume 1? The answer is Quentin Tarantino. Question number 20. In which European city would you find Orly Airport? Orly Airport is in Paris? Paris, France. Question number 21. What is the only vitamin that is not found in an egg? Eating your eggs gives you all the vitamins except for vitamin C. Question number 22. Everybody else on the boat knew this answer. I had no idea. I did not know if this was common knowledge or not. What do you add to white sugar to convert it to brown sugar? I've never heard this before, but I guess all it takes is some molasses. Molasses and white sugar makes brown sugar. Question 23. Which character in the Disney Moana movie said, "If you wear a dress and you have an animal sidekick, you're a princess"? The answer is Maui. Question number 24. What is the name of the largest island in Africa? The answer is Madagascar. Question number 25. The Great Barrier Reef is off the coast of what Australian state? It's just off the coast of the state of Queensland. Question number 26. In October of 1995, which vegetable became the first vegetable to be grown in space? We guessed because we saw it on The Martian, but we were correct. The answer is potato. Thanks, Matt Damon. Question number 27. Which popular singer's real name is Robin Fenty? Robin Fenty is also known as Rihanna. Question number 28. In which sport would you be able to find a flying camel? I guessed Quidditch, and I was wrong. When I heard the answer, it made sense. The answer is figure skating. A flying camel is in figure skating. Question number 29. What is the largest joint in the average human body? What is the largest joint? The largest joint is the knee joint, which is slightly bigger than the hip joint. Question number 30. How old was Princess Diana in 1981 when it was announced that she would be marrying Prince Charles? I think she got married when she was 20, but she got engaged when she was 19 years old. Question number 31. What popular character has appeared in the most video games worldwide? From the beginning of video games to now, which character has shown up the most? The answer is Mario. Question number 32. The hottest ocean area is the Persian Gulf. But which sea has the highest average temperature? Which specific sea has the highest average temperature? The answer is the Red Sea. Just a little bit of change in the format is throwing me off, and I apologize. Question number 33. Which Australian city boasts the original Foster's Brewery? The answer is Melbourne. Question number 34. What Ivy League school's primary campus is located in New York City? The Ivy League school that's in New York City is Columbia University. Question number 35. What did Willis H. Carrier famously invent? Look at that last name. Think about it. Carrier air conditioning. Air conditioner is the answer. Question number 36. I feel like this question has been on the channel 1,000 times. Who wrote The Scarlet Letter? We've asked that question just about every way it can be asked. The answer is Nathaniel Hawthorne. Question number 37. What country was known as Persia until 1935 when it adopted its present name? Persia is now known as Iran. Question number 38. Which politician was known as the Iron Lady? Viewers from the UK will know this. The Iron Lady was Margaret Thatcher. Question number 39. What American TV show took place on Wisteria Lane? I don't know if this show was popular in the UK, but I know there's a lot of American ladies that know that Wisteria Lane was where all the action happened on Desperate Housewives. Question number 40. In the continental United States, which state capital is the furthest south? The answer is Austin, Texas. Question number 1. In the Arabian Nights, Sinbad collects diamonds from an island inhabited by enormous ones of these animals, called rocs. Chanticleer is one of these creatures in French folklore, and the Caladrius is a cave-dwelling version of what type of animal from Greek mythology? All three examples are the same type of animal. What is it? Those are all types of birds. Question number 2. The existence of this facility was officially admitted in 2013 by the CIA. What is the name of this Nevada facility where the U.S. Air Force probably tests experimental aircraft and probably doesn't hold the alien remains? It probably doesn't have aliens, but I don't know for sure. The answer Area 51. Question number 3. In 2011, Airbnb co-sponsored a promotion in which, for just $70,000 a night, you could rent this entire country. What is the name of this doubly landlocked European principality nestled in the Alps west of Austria, which enjoys one of the highest GDP per capita in the world? For $70,000 a night, you could rent the entire country of Liechtenstein. Question number 4. Eliza Harris holds her young son while fleeing from slave hunters across the semi-frozen Ohio River. In which novel by Harriet Beecher Stowe, in which the title slave befriends little Eva St. Clair? That was called Uncle Tom's Cabin. Question number 5. This poet of birches wrote a poem in which my little horse must think it queer to stop in the tidal place, and I said, I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep, in stopping by woods on a snowy evening. Who is this poet of fire and ice and the road not taken? The answer is Robert Frost. Question number 6. The Oyears of this time period is the first dance in a work choreographed by Václav Nijinsky. The arrival of this period inspires ritual dancing in an Igor Stravinsky ballet that triggered riots in 1913 Paris. And Vivaldi included a barking dog in a violin concerto named for which one of his 4 seasons? That would be spring. Question number 7. Housing in this city is built on artificial palm frond-shaped land masses that sit along the Persian Gulf north of Abu Dhabi. What is this most populous city in the United Arab Emirates, the home of the world's tallest building, the Burj Khalifa? The answer is Dubai. Question number 8. This family led the German Confederation until they lost the 7 Weeks' War. A member of this family lost control of Silesia to Frederick the Great. Maria Theresa was a member of what Austrian family that controlled Spain and the Holy Roman Empire? It is the Habsburg family, sometimes spelled Habsburg. Question number 9. The Khumbu Glacier in this mountain range is the site of a dangerous icefall popular with mountain climbers, as it is part of one of the more accessible paths up the Nepalese side of one of its mountains. What is this mountain range between China and India? This popular mountain range is the Himalayas. Question number 10. Cape Hafun, the easternmost point of Africa, is in this country on the Horn, whose capital is Mogadishu. What is this nation that, because of its extensive coastline, is the base of operations for many modern pirates? The answer is Somalia. Question number 11. One allotrope of this element will, on exposure to oxygen, faintly glow in the dark. 3 atoms of this element are present in the end product of cellular respiration, ATP. What is the name of this group 15 chemical element found just below nitrogen on the periodic table with the symbol P? The answer is phosphorus. Question number 12. This goddess hid her children inside of herself to protect them from her husband Uranus. Who is this Greek deity who arose out of chaos at the beginning of time and gave birth to the Titans, the Greek personification of Mother Earth? This goddess's name was Gaia. Question number 13. Protesters in this city marched from Vyshegorod Cemetery towards Wenceslas Square during the Velvet Revolution. This city remained a capital after the 1993 breakup that made Bratislava the capital of Slovakia. What is this capital city of the Czech Republic? The answer is Prague. Question 14. In which popular H.G. Wells novel does an unnamed scientist appear suddenly at a dinner party and tells about his travels among the dainty Eloi and the brutish subterranean Morlocks, theorizing that they are descended from his contemporary upper and lower classes respectively? That novel is The Time Machine. Question 15. What is the name of this historical man whose leadership during the Long March began his ascent to leadership of the Red Army and eventually mainland China, which he ruled as chairman until 1976? The answer is Chairman Mao Zedong. Question 16. The first president of this country instituted Harambee, a community building strategy. Deden Kimathi led an uprising in the 1950s that sought to reclaim Kikuyu land from the European colonists. The Mau Mau Rebellion challenged British rule of what African country first led by Jomo Kenyatta? The country we're looking for is Kenya. Question 17. This city's namesake bay, which opens between Point Loma and Coronado, is home to the United States Navy's Pacific Fleet. Mission Bay is home to SeaWorld in this city, where Balboa Park houses a large open-air zoo. What is this city in Southern California directly across the border from Tijuana? The answer is San Diego. Question 18. In August of 2016, the holder of this position suggested that, after 2 surgeries, his country's parliament should amend the Imperial Household Act and allow him to retire. The 1946 Humanity Declaration denied the godhood of people with this title. What is this position, held since 2019 by Naruhito? That title is the Emperor of Japan. Question 19. This disciple either hanged himself or died after falling in the field of blood, and was replaced after his death by Matthias. Who was this biblical man who accepted 30 pieces of silver from the Sanhedrin in exchange for betraying Jesus? The answer is Judas Iscariot. And question 20. The mirror-written notes above this picture give a series of unit conversions important in Roman building design. What is the name of this drawing by Leonardo da Vinci, featuring a man in two overlapping poses with outstretched arms? The answer is the Vitruvian Man. Question number 1. This event was covered by Herbert Morrison, and during the arrival of the LZ-129s at the Lakehurst Naval Air Station, he memorably exclaimed, "Oh, the humanity during this disaster." What was the name of this 1937 tragedy in New Jersey in which 36 people died? One person on the ground and 35 people in the Hindenburg. That was the wreck of the Hindenburg. Question number 2. Also described as people who do not have any magical blood inside them, in J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series, what nickname is given to a person who lacks any sort of magical ability and was not born into a magical family? If they have no magic in them whatsoever, they are called a muggle. Question number 3. The Bronte sisters all published their works under the names of male authors. Anne was Acton, Emily was Ellis, and Charlotte wrote as Currer, all three of whom had what surname? Acton, Ellis, and Currer, Bell. Bell was their last name. Question number 4. William Wordsworth wrote that all at once he saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils, beside the lake beneath the trees, in an 1807 poem that begins, I wandered lonely as a one of what common object? That poem's opening line was, I wandered lonely as a cloud. Cloud is the answer. Question number 5. This character in the Count of Monte Cristo befriends Edmund during his imprisonment in the Chateau d'If. What is the name of this character who, when he dies, Edmund takes the place of his corpse to escape the prison? The old priest's name was Abbe Faria. Question number 6. While this apostle would eventually go on to be recognized as the first pope, when Jesus was being tried by the Sanhedrin, what was the name of this man who fulfilled a prophecy by denying knowing him 3 times? That first pope is Saint Peter, or just Peter. Question number 7. In Chinese mythology, Dian Mu used these objects to throw her lightning bolts. The Shinto goddess Amaterasu was lured out of a cave by one of these objects, and the Aztec god Tezcatlipoca was represented as a smoking one of what objects? The answer is a mirror. Question number 8. One of these instruments is played by Tamino to change sorrow into joy while he tries to save Pamina from Sarastro. What is this woodwind instrument, the enchanted subject of a Mozart opera? This enchanted woodwind instrument is also known as the magic flute. The flute is what we're looking for. Question number 9. In Dante's Inferno, the third circle of hell is devoted to the punishment of this deadly sin. Sufferers guilty of which sin are stuck blindly in freezing mud and guarded by Cerberus to prevent them from indulging in their desires. There's only 7 deadly sins. Pick one if you don't know. Take a guess and say gluttony. Gluttony is the word we're looking for. Question number 10. One of these devices with a length of 994 millimeters can be used to measure a second. The precession of one of these devices proved that the Earth rotates, according to Foucault. And Christian Huygens used what kind of devices to make more accurate grandfather clocks? The device we're looking for is a pendulum. Question number 11. Abandoned on July 21st, 1969, after about 21 hours of exploration, what is the name of this site that is now the home to preserved footprints and a plaque reading, "We came in peace for all mankind"? You can name either the mayor or the base name, which was granted after the Eagle landed. You have to be more specific than just the moon. The answer is the Sea of Tranquility, or Tranquility Base. Question number 12. When this gas is chilled to almost negative 300 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes a pale blue liquid. What is this element that was used with liquid hydrogen as fuel for the Atlas rockets, and that becomes a liquid at a slightly higher temperature than liquid nitrogen? The answer is oxygen. Question number 13. In the Brazilian release of this film, Boichá replaces Peter Moosebridge as a newscaster. In this film, Renato Manches, a mob boss's limo driver, is attacked by a savage florist. What is the name of this 2016 Disney film in which rabbit officer Judy Hopps fights crime in the title Animal City? The answer is Zootopia. Question number 14. The 2014 Nobel Prize in Physics went to a team of Japanese scientists who got these devices to emit blue light. The light-emitting type of these devices, or LEDs, are commonly used in electronics. What are these circuit components that allow current to travel only in one direction? LEDs are light-emitting diodes. Diode is the answer. Question 15. After a 1982 assassination attempt in Dujail, this man ordered the executions of over 140 Shiites believed to be involved. What is the name of this leader who was found in 2003 near Tikrit in a spider hole that was hanged for crimes against humanity in 2006? That man's name was Saddam Hussein. Question number 16. This Spanish surrealist painted a sphinx with Shirley Temple's head in Shirley Temple, the youngest, most sacred monster of contemporary cinema. Who was this artist that also designed the logo for the candy company Chupa Chups in 1969? Those are two of his lesser-known works. The answer is Salvador Dali. Question 17. On the day of this country's independence, its first prime minister, Lee Kuan Yew, cried on TV while delivering the news of this country's expulsion from the merger. What is the name of this island city-state that in 1965 was kicked out of a federation that it had created only 3 years earlier? This island city-state is Singapore. Question 18. This governess taught Helen Keller the relationship between words and things, as shown in the play The Miracle Worker. What teacher's breakthrough with Keller came while signing the word water into her palm while running water from a pump into the other? Helen Keller's miracle worker was Anne Sullivan. Question number 19. In the Sanskrit epic Ramayana, Hanuman leads an army of these creatures to help Rama save Sita. Because Hanuman has the form of one of what type of animals, he is able to set the island of Lanka on fire with his long tail. He is a monkey. Monkey is the answer. And question 20, established via the Treaty of Maastricht in 1993, what is the name of this international organization whose Brussels-based parliament includes 751 seats, 96 of which are held by Germany? Established via the Treaty of Maastricht, it is the European Union. Question number 1. When this country's president, Juvenal Habyarimana, was killed in a plane crash, some took advantage of the incident. What is the name of this East African country where in 1994 the Hutus committed genocide against the Tutsis? The answer is Rwanda. Question number 2. This 2013 video game follows the adventures of Joel and Ellie, two survivors in a post-apocalyptic America attempting to find a cure for a fatal fungus. What is the name of this survival horror zombie game that was adapted into an HBO TV show? This game and the show is called The Last of Us. Question number 3. One man with this last name was the U.S. president during the $1 billion Congress. Another man with this last name led forces against Tecumseh at the Battle of Tippecanoe. What is this last name shared by Presidents Benjamin and William? That would be Harrison, Benjamin Harrison, and William Henry Harrison. Question number 4. John Steinbeck won the Pulitzer Prize in 1940 for this work. What is the title of this novel that chronicles the Joad family's journey from Oklahoma to California during the Great Depression? This Pulitzer Prize winning novel was called The Grapes of Wrath. Question number 5. The blue ring type of these animals is poisonous to humans. These animals do not have a skeleton, but do have a beak near their mouth. What are these animals that are quite intelligent and can shoot ink in self-defense? The answer is the octopus. Question number 6. In 2012, this singer had the longest run, up to that time, on the US Hot 100 music chart for a Canadian female artist. Who was this pop singer whose 2015 music video for the song I Really Like You included Tom Hanks and Justin Bieber? The answer is Carly Rae Jepsen. Question number 7. People in a choir who sing in this vocal range are called octavists if they can reach an octave lower than this range. Baritone lies between this range and tenor, and this range is usually written on a clef shaped like a backward C with 2 dots. What is this lowest vocal range? The answer is bass. Question number 8. In 1978, this man pled guilty to cocaine trafficking charges and served over 2 years in federal prison. Flash forward a few decades. What is the name of the family-friendly comedian who played Tim the Toolman Taylor on Home Improvement and voiced Buzz Lightyear in the Toy Story film series? The answer is Tim Allen. Question number 9. Set partially in France and partially in England, what is the title of the Charles Dickens novel about the French Revolution, in which Sidney Carton replaces his look-alike at the guillotine to protect Lucy Manet? This Charles Dickens tale is A Tale of Two Cities. Question number 10. Written by the poet of To a Louse and To a Mouse, a poem about this country's national dish hails the great chieftain of the puddin' race. What is this nation whose poet Robert Burns wrote the Address to a Haggis? The answer is Scotland. Question number 11. Chemical reactions happen at different speeds. What is the term for a substance that increases the rate of a chemical reaction by temporarily lowering the activation energy required? The answer is a catalyst. Question number 12. Some examples featuring this verb form would be the working man and I am running. These parts of a verb can be past or present, but should never be left dangling, as this often leads to great confusion. What is the name for this part of a verb that can end in ed or ing? You never want to have a dangling participle. Participle is the word we're looking for. Question 13. During Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Cedric is killed by this wizard, a friend of James Potter who becomes a Death Eater. What is the real name of this man, nicknamed Wormtail, who can transform into a rat? His name is Peter Pettigrew. Question 14. This 1974 horror film is often noted as the first slasher film, a subgenre known for its gore. What is the name of the film that follows a group of friends that encounter the infamous murderer Leatherface, best known for the weapon he uses to kill Franklin? That slasher film was Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Question 15. The title character of this book gets into trouble with his father, Lester Tilling. Gregory dies in this book because a rat chews his rope. That rat hatches a plan with the servant girl Mig to kidnap Princess P. What is this 2003 Kate DiCamillo book about a mouse with big ears? It was made into an animated movie. It is The Tale of Despero. Question 16. In Lin-Manuel Miranda's hip-hop musical Hamilton, the song A Winter's Ball references this group's Hey Ladies. Who was this musical group that was responsible for No Sleep Till Brooklyn and Sabotage? That group was the Beastie Boys. Question number 17. His work of Plymouth Plantation documented the founding of the Plymouth Colony. Who was this man that served as the governor of the Plymouth Colony for many of its early years? The Book of Plymouth Plantation was written by William Bradford. Question number 18. Who was the African-American orator and founder of the Tuskegee Institute who argued for a compromise in which blacks would accept white political leadership in the South in exchange for education, employment, and equal treatment under the law? This man's name was Booker T. Washington. Question number 19. A lost battle at this building was avenged at the Battle of San Jacinto. Davy Crockett and Jim Bowie defended what building, but were ultimately killed by Mexican troops led by Santa Anna? The answer is the Alamo. Question 20. This biblical figure was thrown in jail for refusing the romantic advances of Potiphar's wife. This man slipped a silver cup into a bag of grain after his brothers, including Gad and Judah, sold him into slavery. Who was this man who owned a beautiful coat? The answer was Joseph. Joseph had the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Question number 1. They are characterized by their low chemical reactivity. Neon is the second lightest of which elements, which form group 18 on the periodic table? The answer is the noble gases. Question number 2. Which chess piece is allowed to move only along the diagonals of the chessboard, meaning it always remains on the same color? The answer is the bishop. Question number 3. In Ivanhoe, this man is called the Clerk of Copmanhurst. Who is this member of Robin Hood's merry men that is a jolly but reclusive man of God? The answer is Friar Tuck. Question number 4. What is the branch of linguistics that refers to the rules that govern the ways in which words combine to form phrases, clauses, and sentences? This branch of linguistics is called syntax. Question number 5. Jimmy Carter's volunteer work with what non-profit organization, which works to build affordable housing, rose its awareness worldwide? The answer is Habitat for Humanity. Question number 6. He collaborated with Queen on the hit song Under Pressure. At the 2016 Grammys, Lady Gaga performed a tribute to what British singer who had recently died? The answer is David Bowie. Question number 7. The Ninth Symphony by Beethoven contained a vocal setting of what 1786 poem by Friedrich Schiller? That poem was titled Ode to Joy. Question number 8. What is the name of the series of waterfalls that borders Canada and America and is famous for its Cave of the Winds tour and the Maid of the Mist? Those waterfalls are the Niagara Falls. Question number 9. Mars, the bringer of war, Jupiter, the bringer of jollity, and Neptune, the mystic, are among the 7 movements of what Gustav Holst musical suite? That suite is called The Planets. Question number 10. Odysseus took the scenic route home to Ithaca from Troy in The Odyssey. By which Greek author? The answer is Homer. Question number 11. In 1918, the end of World War I was officially declared at 11 a.m. on what date, which is now celebrated in the United States as Veterans Day? The answer is November 11th. Question number 12. What is the name of this 1980s nostalgia mystery show produced by Netflix in which a group of boys learn about the Upside Down from an ego-loving psychokinetic girl named Eleven? That show is called Stranger Things. Question 13. Murasaki Shikibu wrote what early Japanese novel about the adventures of an egotistical shining prince? That Japanese novel is called The Tale of Genji. Question 14. What is the name of the actress that became known as a Scream Queen for playing the character Laurie Strode in the Halloween films? This Scream Queen was Jamie Lee Curtis. Question number 15. What is the branch of mathematics Name for the Greek for its primary focus of measuring triangles in which special functions like sine and cosine are used. Measuring triangles in trigonometry. Question 16. Like the kidneys, this organ's function is to filter the blood. What is the name of this organ whose dysfunction can cause jaundice? The answer is the liver. Question 17. Which city is the fourth most populous in the United States and is home to George Bush Intercontinental Airport? The answer is Houston, Texas. Question 18. What is the name of the director who used screeching violins to punctuate the stabbing death of Marion Crane, who dies in a shower in the Bates Motel? In the movie Psycho by Alfred Hitchcock. Question number 19. What is the name of the 16th U.S. president that served in the Black Hawk War as a captain in the Illinois militia? The answer is Abraham Lincoln. And question 20. In Greek, this hill's name means highest city. The Parthenon is found on what hill in Athens, Greece? The Parthenon is located on the Acropolis. Question number 1. What was the magical word representing absolute power that was used in the 2nd century by the Gnostics of the sect of Basilides to conjure up help of benevolent spirits against adversity? I think yesterday we had a magic word question to kick it off, and today we do also. Today's word is abracadabra. Question number 2. First appearing in comic books in 1976, what is the name of the genetically enhanced raccoon who becomes a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy alongside his friend and partner Groot, and eventually Star-Lord? We're looking for the name of the raccoon. The answer is Rocket. Rocket Raccoon. Question number 3. In Doom 3, it is the planet where the headquarters of the UAC research system is located. In Total Recall, the same planet gets an atmosphere. What is the name of this planet positioned between Earth and the asteroid belt? The answer is Mars. Question 4. An American novelist and lawyer known for his popular legal thrillers. What is the name of the author of the novels A Time to Kill, The Rainmaker, The Firm, The Pelican Brief, and The Client? This novelist and lawyer is named John Grisham. Question number 5. According to tradition, she agreed to ride through the streets without clothing if her husband would lift taxes on the townspeople. Who is this 11th century woman who shares her name with a chocolate maker? The answer is Lady Godiva. Question number 6. A busy year indeed. Although the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band was just released in August of 1967, in December, the Fab Four released what soundtracked album for their made-for-TV Christmas special film? The answer is the Magical Mystery Tour. Question number 7. Widely considered to be one of the greatest actors in television history, what Emmy Award-winning actor was best known for his portrayal of Tony Soprano, the Italian-American mafia crime boss in HBO's television series The Sopranos? The answer is James Gandolfini. Question number 8. What is the general name of the edible berry that originated in western South America, Mexico, and Central America that comes in multitudes of varieties such as San Marzano, Campari, Brandywine, and Black Krim? Black Krim, Brandywine, Campari, and San Marzano are all types of tomatoes. Question number 9. One of the most widely known of Greek medical texts. What is the name for the oath that is taken by medical students upon becoming doctors that is named after an ancient Greek physician? This medical oath is the Hippocratic Oath. Question number 10. Richard Starkey, who is better known by what stage name, is an English musician, singer, songwriter, and actor who achieved international fame as a member of a very successful band in the 1960s. We're looking for the stage name of Richard Starkey. You know him better as Ringo Starr. Question number 11. Examples include limestone, coal, gypsum, and shale. What are these rocks formed when other rocks are weathered or eroded and soil is redeposited by the weather? When the weather erodes all this stuff into little sediment, then it piles it all back together, they are sedimentary rocks. Question 12. Under his rule, Narses and Belisarius reconquered Italy. A 50-year peace was reached with the Persians, and the bubonic plague ravaged the empire. Who was this Byzantine emperor, the husband of Theodora, who is best known for his legal codes? The answer is Justinian. Justinian the First, I believe. Question 13. Loosely based on the first 2 books in the Chronicles of Prydain series by Lloyd Alexander, what is the title of the 1985 Walt Disney classic movie that, at the time, was the most expensive animated film ever produced? And in theaters, it did not do so well. The answer is The Black Cauldron. Question 14. Although now it's mostly used metaphorically, what three-word phrase means to take part in a form of corporal punishment in which the guilty party is forced to run between two rows of soldiers who attack them as they do? That phrase is run the gauntlet or running the gauntlet. Question 15. Sam Rothstein, played by Robert De Niro, is an expert gambling handicapper who is asked by the Chicago outfit to oversee the day-to-day casino operations at the Tangier Casino in Las Vegas. In what 1995 Martin Scorsese movie? That movie about casinos, set in casinos, is called Casino. Question 16. The Mummy is set in the year 1923, and Rick O'Connell, an American explorer, agrees to take a beautiful librarian named Evelyn Carnahan and her brother Jonathan to what lost ancient city known as the City of the Dead? That city is called Hamunaptra. And a great set of movies. Question 17. Having left Egypt, Moses destroys the golden calf, receives the 10 Commandments, and instructs the people to build the tabernacle in which Old Testament book of the Bible? What book did all that happen in? All of that happened in the book of Exodus. Question number 18. Only one king of England had this name, and he is known for signing the Magna Carta in 1215. What is this name, also the name of the 4th book of the New Testament in the Bible? So the New Testament goes Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. John is the answer. Question number 19. Located in Washington, D.C., what is the name of the structure that was erected in 1982 to commemorate the loss of 58,000 American lives between the years of 1959 and 1975? We're looking for the name of that structure. The answer is the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. Question 20. Blameless behavior, courtesy, and respect for women are among the elements of the code. What word is commonly used to describe the code of honor of the knights during the Middle Ages? The answer is chivalry. What English mathematician, inventor, and mechanical engineer is credited with inventing the first mechanical computer, called the difference engine, and considered by some to be the father of the computer? The answer is Charles Babbage. Question number 2. Even though this rough collie was cast as a female, it was played by 9 male canines who would portray this dog on the screen through the 1940s to the 1980s. What is the name of this canine movie star that first appeared in a short story in 1938? The most famous collie in the world is Lassie. Question number 3. What was the name of the English actor and comedian that delivered this infamous movie quote in the 1964 film Dr. Strangelove? He said, "You can't fight in here, gentlemen. This is the war room." This actor was Peter Sellers. Question number 4. DC Comics began publishing in 1937, and the stories take place within the fictional DC universe, and they feature many iconic characters such as Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman. What do the initials DC stand for? DC Comics stands for Detective Comics. Question number 5. He intended to release them into the wild for hunting. In 1859, Thomas Austin received a shipment of these animals in Australia from England. By 1920, the population of what type of animal had the fastest spread ever recorded by any mammal anywhere in the world and was threatening local croplands? The answer is rabbits. Question number 6. This fantasy drama series premiered in 2011 and concluded in 2019 with a total of 73 episodes. What was this show that included 7 official kingdoms and featured families like the House Greyjoy, House Tully, House Lannister, and House Stark, among others? The answer is Game of Thrones. Question number 7. When the Landlord's Game was bought and redesigned as the board game Monopoly, there were 4 different railroads included in the properties. Of those 4 railroads in the original game, which one is not named after a real railroad? The answer is Short Line. Question number 8. What is the largest member of the deer family that is found mostly in the forests of Canada, Alaska, Finland, Sweden, and Norway, that is the tallest mammal in North America, standing at over 6 feet tall? The tallest mammal in North America is the moose. Question number 9. As of 2021, there have been 5 successful American-operated rovers on this planet. What is the name of this planet that has been host to rovers named Sojourner, Spirit, Opportunity, Curiosity, and Perseverance? The answer is Mars. Question number 10. If you are between 100 and 109, you are called a centenarian. Between 70 and 79, you are a septuagenarian. And between 30 and 40, you are a tricenarian. What is your age range if you are a denarian? A denarian is between 10 and 19 years old. Question number 11. The son of Zeus and Leto and the twin brother of Artemis. What is the name of this Greek god of archery, music and dance, truth and prophecy, healing, the sun and light, poetry, and more? Sounds like he's got a lot to do. The answer is Apollo. Question number 12. What is the name of the American multinational toy company incorporated and headquartered in Rhode Island that was founded on December 6, 1923, and has amongst its products G.I. Joe, Monopoly, Ouija boards, Play-Doh, Nerf, and Twister? The answer is Hasbro. Question number 13. By most accounts, which beautiful bird is believed to build the largest nests in the world, with one example found in Florida that measured over 8 feet across, 18 feet tall, and weighing almost 2 tons? The answer is the bald eagle. Question number 14. Passing away in March of 2018, what is the name of the English theoretical physicist whose ashes were interred at Westminster Abbey in June of that year between the graves of Isaac Newton and Charles Darwin? It seems, as far as graves go, that is prime real estate, and they saved it for Stephen Hawking. Question number 15. The earliest description of which musical instrument comes from Egypt as early as 400 BC and was played by the Pipers of Thebes and was first attested in Scotland around 1400? That instrument is the bagpipes. Question number 16. A beautiful metaphor for embracing your flaws and imperfections. Kintsugi is the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery by mending the areas of the breakage with lacquer that is commonly mixed with what powdered metal? They say that the pottery is more beautiful after it's damaged. They mix it with gold. Question number 17. The legend of this saint says that he carried a child who was unknown to him across a river, and the child revealed himself to be Jesus. Who is this man who became the patron saint of travelers? The answer is Saint Christopher. Question number 18. The current U.S. flag was designed as a high school project by Robert Heft. His teacher was not impressed as he received a B- for the project, but it was eventually selected as the official flag by which U.S. president? Living proof that teachers don't know everything. The answer is Dwight D. Eisenhower. Question number 19. The North American horned lizard refers directly to their horns or to their flattened rounded bodies and blunt snouts. In defense mode, It may squirt an aimed stream of what kind of liquid from its eyes at an enemy? It's not spit. It's not ink. It's blood. They shoot blood from their eyes. Question 20. This American fashion designer and billionaire businessman launched a line of tailored shirts for women, which introduced the polo emblem to the world for the first time. Born as Ralph Lifshitz, what name do we know this person by today? Ralph Lifshitz is now known as Ralph Lauren. In a strategic business move, he changed his last name. Good thinking. Question number 1. Often contrasted with communism, what is the name of the economic system which focuses on private business ownership and company profit? The answer is capitalism. Question number 2. The largest casino in the world, the Venetian, is located in what former Portuguese colony, which is now a special administrative region of China? The answer is Macau. Question number 3. He was known for his cruelty, which could be seen in the killing of his second son. Who was this first Tsar of Russia who led the unsuccessful Livonian War? That would be Ivan the Terrible, or Ivan IV. Question number 4. The Minotaur was originally placed in the labyrinth by what sadistic king of Crete, who also notably imprisoned Daedalus and Icarus? His name was King Minos. Question number 5. The AA and the AAA varieties of these devices have a voltage of 1.5. What are these devices that convert stored chemical energy into electrical energy? Too easy. The answer is obviously battery. AA and AAA batteries. Question number 6. This hormone is often given to patients that have anaphylaxis. What is the name of the hormone that stimulates the fight or flight response? The answer is adrenaline, or epinephrine. Question number 7. Thoreau and Emerson were members of what movement, which focused on the observance of nature and belief in the self-reliance of individuals? The answer is transcendentalism. Question number 8. Vikings were from what region of Northern Europe that includes Denmark, Norway, and Sweden? What's that region called? The answer is Scandinavia. Question number 9. After Joseph Smith's death, what was the name of the Mormon leader who led the followers to form Salt Lake City? The answer is Brigham Young. Question number 10. During the Han Dynasty, Sun Tzu wrote about dealing with spies as well as the 9 situations in what famous manual detailing military strategy? That was called The Art of War. Question number 11. Elements in this class are often malleable and ductile. What is the name of this class of elements, the largest of the 3 main classes? The answer is metals, the metal class. Question number 12. Found at the end of the spinal column, what is the name of this bone that represents a vestigial tail and as such is sometimes called the tailbone? The answer is the coccyx. Question number 13. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when our mamas sang us to sleep comes from what band's 2015 smash hit, Stressed Out? The answer is 21 Pilots. Question number 14. Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings details her life in Stamps, a city in which U.S. state? The answer is Arkansas. Question number 15. Often referred to as blind pigs or blind tigers, during the Prohibition era, what name was given to these places that secretly and illegally sold alcohol? A blind pig is another name for a speakeasy. Question 16. Leading to the spread of cesium-137 throughout Europe, what was the nuclear disaster that also led to the evacuation of Pripyat, Ukraine? The answer is Chernobyl. Question number 17. The 4 largest islands of Japan are Honshu, Kyushu, Shikoku, and what other island which contains Mount Ashashi? The answer is Hokkaido. Question 18. What is the name of the largest lake in Africa and the 2nd largest freshwater lake by area in the world that is also the source of the Nile River? The answer is Lake Victoria. Question 19. This character's sister is DW, and she is taught by Miss Morgan. Francine, the Brain, Binky, Muffy, and Buster are the friends of what titular aardvark? That aardvark's name is Arthur. And question 20. What was the name of the era, also known as the Age of Dinosaurs, that consisted of the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods? Those were the periods. What was the era? The answer is the Mesozoic era. Question number 1. In one game by this company, a player can choose between the Terran, Zerg, and Protoss races to try to destroy all of the enemy structures. What is the name of this company whose games include Heroes of the Storm as well as the World of Warcraft? The World of Warcraft is from Blizzard Games. Question number 2. Because Cronus was worried that his children would eventually overthrow him, he attempted to get rid of them in this manner. Francisco Goya famously depicted him in the midst of killing one of his kids in what way? Do not try this at home. Cronus got rid of his kids by eating them. Question number 3. Mutes can be attached to its bell to produce desired sound effects. Dizzy Gillespie played a bent version of what popular instrument which features 3 valves and a water key? Dizzy Gillespie famously played the trumpet. Question number 4. What is the name of the unit which measures the amount of energy required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree of Celsius under 1 atmosphere of pressure? The answer is a calorie. Question number 5. With Martin Dugard, this man authored Killing Lincoln and Killing Kennedy. What is the name of this former host of a political show known as his Factor that aired on Fox News Channel for over 20 years? The O'Reilly Factor starred Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly's the answer. Question number 6. This singer compares her blue eyes to Georgia Stars in the song Tim McGraw. Who is this artist that describes a perfect night to dress up like hipsters in 22 and says, "Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone" in her song Love Story? The answer is Taylor Swift. Question number 7. Father, Stretch My Hands Part 1 and Famous were part of this rapper's album, The Life of Pablo. Previous albums by what rapper include Late Registration and My Beautiful Twisted Dark Fantasy? The answer is Kanye West. Question number 8. Dennis Rodman is one of the only Americans to meet this supreme leader, who is the youngest head of state in the world. What is the name of this leader of North Korea who took over in 2011 after his father had died? His father was Kim Jong-il. He is Kim Jong-un. Question number 9. This third longest river in the world and the longest to flow through only one country originates in Qinghai and empties into the East China Sea. What is the name of the river that is spanned by the Three Gorges Dam? The answer is the Yangtze River? Question number 10. The Catholic League under Count Tilly lost at the Battle of Breitenfeld in this war, in which Gustavus Adolphus died at the Battle of Lutzen. Ended by the Peace of Westphalia, what was this war largely fought between Protestants and Catholics in the Holy Roman Empire from 1618 to 1648? If you do some quick math, 1648 minus 1618 equals 30 years. It was the 30 Years' War. Question number 11. This process is the diffusion of water through a semi-permeable membrane. What is the name for this process which involves the movement of a liquid from a hypotonic solution to a hypertonic one? When it's water or a liquid, it is osmosis. Question number 12. These devices generally consist of two parallel conductive flat plates separated by an insulator called a dielectric. What is the name for these electrical devices that are used to temporarily store charge? Even after the power's been cut, a capacitor can still hold the charge. Capacitor is the answer. Question number 13. This is one of the structures that will be destroyed during Ragnarok by the fire giants. The light-skinned god Heimdall guards what structure? A burning rainbow bridge that extends from Asgard to Midgard. That rainbow bridge is called the Bifrost. Question 14. It contains parts of the Amazon rainforest and the Atacama Desert, and its capital city is Sucre. What is the name of this country that is one of the only two landlocked countries in South America? The answer is Bolivia. Question number 15. The first American casualty in this war took place at the Battle of Osan. After UN forces were pushed back to the Pusan perimeter during this war, Douglas MacArthur led a counterattack from Incheon. What is this war that was fought on a namesake Asian peninsula from 1950 to 1953? The answer is the Korean War. Question number 16. This Portuguese prince from the House of Aviz sent Goncalo Velo to discover Azores. What is the name of this 15th century sailor who is regarded as the patron of Portuguese exploration? The answer is Prince Henry the Navigator. Question number 17. This country borders Hungary to the west, Ukraine to the north, and Bulgaria to the south. What is the name of this Eastern European country that borders the Black Sea and has its capital at Bucharest? The answer is Romania. Question 18. The only player to have over 30,000 runs internationally in this sport is Sachin Tendulkar. While the test version of this game can last for up to 5 days, the one-day international version has each side play only 50 overs. What is this sport in which a batsman protects his wicket? I have no idea what any of that means, but the answer is cricket. Question 19. Too much exposure to this type of radiation causes skin cancer, and its wavelength lies between 10 and 400 nanometers. What is the name for this type of electromagnetic radiation with a name that indicates its frequency is higher than that of visible light? At the end of the spectrum is violet light. Once you get past that, it is ultraviolet. Question number 20. This father of Leif Erikson is best known for establishing the first Norse community in Greenland. What was the name of this man who likely chose the misleading name for the new country to attract settlers? The country of Greenland is not as green as Eric the Red would like you to think that it is. Eric the Red is the answer. Question number 1. The president has this power to stop any legislation in action, which in Latin means I forbid. If the president does what action, the bill must be sent back to Congress and reviewed for 10 days. This power is called the veto power. Question number 2. This ancient text is considered the longest epic poem ever written. What is the title of this Sanskrit work of literature that describes a war between two Indian families, the Kauravas and the Pandavas? This epic poem is called the Mahabharata. Question number 3. Japanese forces were supplied by the Tokyo Express during this battle. American forces defended Henderson Field during what battle named for the island in the Solomon Islands where it took place? The answer is Guadalcanal. Question number 4. Phileas Fogg attempts to circumnavigate the world in the set amount of time in this work by Jules Verne. At the end of what novel is Passepartout informed that he and Fogg have actually returned a day earlier than expected? If I remember correctly, it's because they passed over the international dateline. That was in Around the World in 80 Days. Question number 5. The title character in this Brothers Grimm story wears a belt with the phrase 7 in 1 blow embroidered on it. What is the title of this fairy tale in which later in the story, in one swoop, he kills 7 flies? This is the story of the brave little tailor. Question number 6. This Viking beat Columbus and was the first European known to have discovered America. What was the name of this man who later settled at Vinland, which probably includes present-day Newfoundland? The answer is Leif Erikson. Question number 7. This phenomenon led to the creation of Zimbabwe's $1 billion bill. The Weimar Republic was affected by the hyperform of this phenomenon. What is the name for this rise in the price of goods which leads to the devaluing of money? The word we're looking for is inflation. Question number 8. Alexander the Great marched into this area, where the Battle of Guatemala took place. What is this area, whose name means land between rivers, that is home to both the Tigris and the Euphrates? Land between rivers is Mesopotamia. Question number 9. Biku Biti, the highest peak in this country, is located in the Tibesti Mountains on this nation's border with Chad. Bordering the Mediterranean Sea, this country is found to the east of Tunisia and Algeria. What is this North African nation whose capital is Tripoli? The answer is Libya. Question number 10. Albert Falk's May laws were part of this man's campaign against the influence of the Catholic Church, known as Kulturkampf. In 1862, he gave the Blood and Iron speech, which urged the unification of the German territories. Who was this Iron Chancellor of Germany? The answer is Otto von Bismarck. Question number 11. The lowest part of this region is the D double prime layer, and the Lehman discontinuity, located in the low velocity zone of this region, is an abrupt increase in the P and S waves underneath continents. What is the name of this largest layer of the Earth? The answer is the mantle. Question number 12. This organization accused John Kerry of pressuring Ecuador to cut the internet connection of its leader, and it showed that the NSA had been tapping the phones of Angela Merkel. What is this organization led by Julian Assange, who is editor-in-chief of a website that publishes restricted information? The answer is WikiLeaks. Question number 13. The Great St. Bernard Pass connects Monte Rosa to this mountain range's highest peak. Lake Como and Lake Garda are located on the southern side of this range. Mont Blanc lies in which mountain range, the longest in Europe? The answer is the Alps. Question number 14. The reciprocal of this man's namesake constant is the atomic mass unit. What is the name of this late 18th, early 19th century scientist who created a constant equal to approximately 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd? It's called Avogadro's constant. Avogadro is the answer. Question number 15. Part of the response to this event created the Civilian Conservation Corps and the Tennessee Valley Authority. This event was worsened by multiple periods of drought during the Dust Bowl. Black Tuesday was a stock market crash that began what U.S. economic event? The answer is the Great Depression. Question number 16. This painting shows two statues of Apollo and Athena on its sides. What is the title of this Raphael painting, which shows the tidal group of thinkers in a Greek city, and a man in purple sits on a staircase and writes on a desk? This tidal group of thinkers is the School of Athens. Question number 17. The Nemet Basin in this desert is known as the Valley of the Dragons, since it has been the source of many fossil discoveries, including dinosaur eggs. Ulaanbaatar lies north of which desert that spans most of southern Mongolia and northern China? Looking for the name of the desert. The answer is the Gobi Desert. Question number 18. The makers of this game released a browser game titled Chew. Ascension and Earth are modes in this game which features battles on Summoner's Rift, where champions such as Shen, Ashe, and Teemo try to destroy the enemy Nexus. What is this multiplayer online battle arena game by Riot? The game we're looking for is called League of Legends. Question 19. Games exclusively for this console include Super Bomberman R, ARMS, and Splatoon 2. What is the name of this console by Nintendo, first released in 2017, that allows players to dock their console and play in HD or play a handheld version? The answer is the Nintendo Switch. And question 20. Its name derives from the fact it is covered with ice for most of the year. What is the name of this sea that is located on the northern coast of Finland and Russia and is part of the Arctic Ocean? I feel like this one would be a pretty good one to take a guess at if you didn't know it. Because it's covered with ice, it is called the White Sea. Question 1. Occurring on September 17th, 1862, what was the name of the bloodiest single-day battle of the American Civil War? The answer is Antietam. Question number 2. What bird has the largest wingspan of any living bird? The answer is the wandering albatross. Question number 3. Released on June 15th of 1989, Bleach was the debut studio album by what American rock band? The answer is Nirvana. Question number 4. In the year 1952, the United States Air Force launched Project Blue Book to study what? They were studying UFOs. Question number 5. At the time of his assassination, what play was Abraham Lincoln watching? And it was called Our American Cousin. Question number 6. What is the only country in the world that has a Bible on its national flag? The answer is the Dominican Republic. This is a tough one. Question number 7. Who was the first performer to take the stage at the Woodstock Festival in 1969? The answer is Richie Havens. Question number 8. The Great Coral Reef extends all the way from the coast of Queensland to what strait, which separates Australia from New Guinea to its north? The answer is the Torres Strait. Question number 9. What was the name of the Greek mythological seahorses that had the bodies of winged horses and the hindquarters of a fish? The answer is the hippocampus. Question number 10. In the 1979 film Apocalypse Now, Robert Duvall says, "I love the smell of what in the morning?" I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Question number 11. What is the scientific term for any form of light generated from a non-heat-based source? The answer is luminescence. Question number 12. French is the official language of what largest and most populous island of French Polynesia? The answer is Tahiti. Question 13. The seventh labor of Heracles saw him strangle one of what kind of creatures that was terrorizing Crete? It was the Cretan bull. Bull is the answer. Question 14. Although another actor was used to dub his dialogue, what 1970 movie marked the feature debut of Arnold Schwarzenegger? Arnie's first movie was Hercules in New York. Question number 15. Which chess piece, initially located on the edges of the chessboard, can move any distance up, down, left, or right? Those are called the rooks. Question 16. In Tolkien's novels, what gray wizard helps Bilbo Baggins and then transforms into a white wizard after he is killed by the Balrog and resurrected? That would be Gandalf. Question number 17. What is the name of this two-part symbol originating from Taoism that is composed of a swirling white half blended together with a similar black half? The answer is the yin-yang. Question number 18. What name was given to the effect in which the pitch of a sound drops as the source of the sound passes and moves away from the observer? The answer is the Doppler effect. Question 19. Two of the three largest national forests, Tongass and Chugach, are found in which U.S. state? The answer is Alaska. Question number 20. What was the number of the Louis, whose wife was Marie Antoinette, that was guillotined during the French Revolution? That would be Louis XVI. Question number 1. Don't drink wood alcohol. The body metabolizes it into methanol, better known as an embalming agent by this name. What is this carcinogenic compound that will then metabolize into formic acid, which will make you blind? The answer is formaldehyde. Question number 2. One of this country's monarchs, John the Good, negotiated the Treaty of Brittany after being captured at Poitiers. What is this European country that lost a battle on St. Crispin's Day to an army led by Henry V? The answer is France. Question number 3. This mortal lover of Aphrodite became synonymous with male beauty. In Ovid's Metamorphosis, what is the name of this man who is killed by a wild boar and Aphrodite turns his blood into anemone flowers? The answer is Adonis. Question number 4, repeated in pop culture and in bar fights everywhere. In what 1976 Martin Scorsese film did Robert De Niro first say the line that would become one of the most repeated movie lines of all time? You talking to me? You talking to me? The answer is Taxi Driver. Question number 5. This Capetian French king died after participating in the 7th and 8th Crusades. Since he is the only king to be canonized, he is sometimes referred to as Saint Louis. What was the number of this French Louis? You don't hear about him as much. Saint Louis was Louis IX. Question number 6. These creatures appear as gorgeous humans or beautiful black horses and only reveal their true nature when it is too late. What are these mythical Scottish creatures who lure unsuspecting humans into bodies of water and then drown them? The answer is kelpie, or water kelpie. Question number 7. Side characters in a TV series about this character include the cat Noki and the dog Hundley, the siblings George and Betsy, as well as this character's owner, the man with the yellow hat. Who is this inquisitive monkey created by H.A. and Margaret Ray? The answer is Curious George. Question number 8. Nelson Mandela, along with many other political prisoners, served time on this island. Other prisoners who served on what island include Kgalema Motlanthe and former South African President Jacob Zuma. The island we're looking for is Robben Island. Question number 9. This animal names a 1980 book by Stephen Gould which is subtitled More Reflections in Natural History. What is this animal, which is also the mascot for Dude Perfect and is repeatedly mentioned in a designer song with the same name? The answer is a panda. Question number 10. The Magna Carta added this process through which a person can ask for relief from imprisonment before a court. What is this term that means "you may have the body" in medieval Latin? The answer is habeas corpus. Question number 11. As the sea level falls, a ring-shaped barrier reef will trap a lagoon separated from the rest of the ocean, creating one of these structures. What is the name for these island-sized structures that are mostly found in the Pacific? These natural structures are called atolls. Question number 12. This substance helps promote cell membrane structure and fluidity, helping explain how animal cells exist without cell walls. What is the name for this essential modified steroid that, in excess, can clog and block your arteries? The answer is cholesterol. Question number 13. Louis Pasteur created the earliest vaccines for fowl cholera, anthrax, and what other disease, which can be readily identified by foam around the mouths of crazy-acting animals? The answer is rabies. Question number 14. This Australian DJ's album, Skin, took home Best Dance, Best Electronic Album. Who is this DJ that also worked with Tove Lo on Say It, popularly remixed Disclosure's You and Me, and produced the song Never Be Like You? The answer is Flume, or Harley Edward Stretton. Question 15. Present-day Oklahoma was the destination for many victims of this event, which got its name from the oppression of the Cherokee Nation during it. Andrew Jackson supported what alliterative 19th century event in which tribes of Native Americans were forcibly relocated west of the Mississippi River? The answer is the Trail of Tears. Question number 16. Although it originally flopped at the box office in 1984, what was the name of the now cult classic musical comedy film that starred Dolly Parton, who was trying to teach an unlikely Sylvester Stallone to become a Nashville-style country singer? Personally, I have never seen that. I'm going to have to put it on the list. The answer is Rhinestone. It sounds ridiculous. Question number 17. In 1978, Congressman Leo Ryan was killed at an airstrip in Port Katuma, Guyana, shortly after leaving this compound. What was this settlement where over 900 Americans died, many in revolutionary suicide, rather than let the People's Temple religious movement be stopped? That was at Jonestown. Question number 18. Templeton searches for inspiration for one character in this novel, whose children include Joy, Nellie, and Arania. The words humble, terrific, and radiant are written to prevent a character in what 1952 E.B. White novel from being killed by Mr. Zuckerman? Humble, terrific, radiant, and some pig in Charlotte's Web. Question number 19. YouTube, Waze, DoubleClick, Nest, Looker, Fitbit, and Mandiant are major companies owned by what American multinational technology conglomerate headquartered in Mountain View, California, that was created through a restructuring of Google in October of 2015? The answer is Alphabet Incorporated. And question 20. The word giant comes from the Gigantes, a race of extraordinarily strong creatures who were the children of Gaia and Uranus after this group of gods. What were these gods that included Oceanus and Rhea, who preceded the Olympians as the rulers of Greek mythology? Those were called Titans. Question number 1. Australian band AC/DC have sold over 200 million albums in their long career, including 2 gold, 7 platinum, and 11 multi-platinum. Many have tongue-in-cheek, bad boy titles like If You Want Blood, You Got It. What is the shocking title of their first album? Their first album was called High Voltage. Question number 2. Leonard Shelby, played by Guy Pearce, survives a brutal attack that leaves him unable to make new memories, so he can't remember who attacked him and killed his wife. In what 2000 film does he tattoo himself with reminders of what he believes is true, but can't be sure people are telling him the truth? That movie is called Memento. Question number 3. In English, this drink's name means strained pineapple. The national drink of Puerto Rico, made with pineapple juice, cream of coconut, and rum, its origin may date back to pirate days, but 3 different Puerto Rican bartenders also claim to have invented it. What is this famous drink? The answer is the Pina Colada. Question number 4. This CD-shaped planet rests on the back of 4 elephants standing on a giant turtle that carries them through space. Its largest city is Ankh-Morpork, and some of its inhabitants include formidable witches Granny Weatherwax and Nanny Og, and unformidable wizard Rincewind. What is this planet? This planet is called Discworld. Question number 5. This challenge was famously issued by Texans in 1835 at the start of their battle for independence from Mexico. A famous flag was made with these 4 words. This defiant invitation goes back to at least Thermopylae, where King Leonidas dared the invading Persians to do what about the king's sword? Those famous 4 words are "come and take it." Question number 6. The brat or brat diet is sometimes followed to ease temporary digestive troubles. The acronym stands for some bland foods that are low in fat, protein, and fiber, making them easily digestible. However, the diet is insufficient to be used for more than about 24 hours. What are the brat foods? I don't know if they say brat or brat. Either way, it stands for bananas, rice, applesauce, and toast. Question number 7. This yellow-green transparent gemstone is a rare variety of the common mineral olivine. Its main source is the San Carlos Apache Reservation in Arizona. Long prized for its power to prevent nightmares, it is also called chrysolite. What is this pretty pea green stone that is a birthstone for August? The answer is peridot. Question number 8. Bill and Ted time travel to collect historical figures to help them pass their final exam. Who was their primary guest, born in 470 BC, who was the teacher of Plato, who was in turn the teacher of Aristotle, and, like Ozzy Osbourne, was repeatedly accused of corruption of the young? That is one of my favorite lines from the movie Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. The answer is Socrates, or, as they say in the movie, Socrates. Question number 9. This longtime Albuquerque resident was the author of more than 30 books, 18 of them mysteries set in the Four Corners and starring Navajo policemen Joe Leaphorn and Jim Chee. What author's breakout novel Skinwalkers was adapted for TV, as were his A Thief of Time and Coyote Waits? The answer is Tony Hillerman. Question number 10. This dish appeared in the US after World War II. Hot pastas combined with beaten eggs, cooked bacon, grated Parmesan cheese, bacon grease, and coarsely ground black pepper, which suggests flecks of charcoal and accounts for its name. What is this popular dish? The second part of its name means coal burner. Spaghetti carbonara. Question number 11. The tomb of the unknown soldier in Arlington National Cemetery was erected to honor soldiers killed in battle whose remains could not be identified. Similar memorials exist in England, France, Belgium, Egypt, Greece, Russia, and other countries. After what conflict was the Arlington Monument first used? Extra credit if you get it on the exact year. It was after World War I in 1921. Question number 12. 3 common garden vegetables feature in almost every savory dish in southwest Louisiana. In fact, they are so essential for the region's cooking, they are known as the Cajun Trinity. These favorite vegetables are onion, bell pepper, and what other? Onion, bell pepper, and celery you will find in just about every meal. Celery is the answer. Question number 13. Gollum wasn't always the nasty character he'd become by the time Bilbo encountered him. Although he did murder his best friend and steal the precious, after those crimes he began making an unpleasant Gollum sound in his throat. But in younger, happier times, his name was what? Still a pretty ugly name. His name was Smeagol. Question 14. In the movie Braveheart, the Scots paint their faces with a blue dye from a plant to make themselves look fierce. But in reality, the Scots hadn't used war paint for 1,000 years before William Wallace had died. What is the plant that is widely used to dye cloth blue before tropical indigo became available? Before better options came along, they used woad. W-O-A-D. Question number 15. Considered one of the most haunted houses in America, in more recent times the ghostly activities seem to have calmed down and the spirits are now more mischievous than malicious. Still a popular tourist site and ghost hunting magnet, what is this 1796 plantation house in St. Francisville, Louisiana? That property is called the Myrtles. Question 16. The Welsh goddess of horses and the moon had a baby who disappeared while she slept. The nursemaids, fearful of punishment, murdered a puppy and smeared its blood on her sleeping face, then accused her of killing and eating the baby. Who is the goddess that shares a name with a Stevie Nicks song? What a terrible story. But the answer is Rhiannon. Question number 17. All 12 Chinese zodiac signs are pictured as animals, from rat to pig. In Western astrology, the zodiac is comprised of 7 animals, 3 humans, 1 half-human, and 1 sign that is not represented by a flesh and blood creature. What is that sign? That sign would be Libra, which is a set of scales. Question number 18. Brothers Sam and Dean Winchester carry on saving people, hunting things. You know, the family business. For 15 seasons on TV and can still be seen on Netflix. What is this show where the things include vampires, werewolves, wendigos, shapeshifters, Jefferson starships, and many other paranormal creatures? The answer is Supernatural. Question number 19. The all-powerful One Ring was forged in the fires of a great volcano in Mordor called Orodruin, and the only way to destroy the ring is to cast it back into the same volcano. Frodo volunteers to do this, though he did not know the way. By what other name is Orodruin also called? Sorry if I didn't pronounce that right. Orodruin is also called Mount Doom? Question number 20. Rufus was a 14-pound sphere of plutonium left over from the Manhattan Project. In 1945, physicist Harry Dalian accidentally dropped a neutron reflector brick on it. There was a blue flash as Rufus went critical. Dalian died 25 days later. A similar fatal accident befell Louis Slotin in 1946. He died 9 days later. These hellish incidents earned Rufus a new name, which was what? What do they call the 14-pound sphere of plutonium left over from the Manhattan Project? The answer, they call it the Demon Core. That does not sound good. Question number 1. This restaurant's signature yellow delivery truck makes cameos in Pixar animated films like WALL-E and Monsters Incorporated. What is the name of this restaurant that made its first appearance in Toy Story as the location of the green alien's claw machine? That restaurant is Pizza Planet. Question number 2. This industry participated in a 1984 strike that was defeated by Margaret Thatcher, leading to a decline in this industry, which unofficially ceased in the UK in 2015. The production of what good and steel normalized competition for resources within Europe and inspired the creation of the European Union. The industry we're looking for is the coal industry. Question number 3. Harold Brown promoted this object to display the danger of the technology developed by Westinghouse and Tesla. William Kimmler was the first victim of what apparatus that is nicknamed Old Sparky and is now seldom used, having been replaced by a 3-drug sequence. The answer is the electric chair. Question number 4. Leckhoff and Johnson wrote about these literary devices that we live by, including comparing the state to a father. Examples of this literary device include Dickinson's Hope is a Thing with Feathers and Shakespeare's All the World's a Stage. What is this literary device that compares two things? The answer is a metaphor. Question number 5. What is the title of the fairy tale in which a dainty girl proves that she is royal by complaining that she slept on something hard, even though it was cushioned by 20 mattresses and 20 quilts? The answer is The Princess and the Pea. Question number 6. When Beowulf is summoned by Hrothgar to defend Hero, the warrior Unferth tells the story of Beowulf winning a swimming contest against this son of Beanstan. What was the name of this Bronding, Beowulf's childhood friend? Beowulf's childhood friend was called Breca. Question number 7. A famous photograph by Alfred Eisenstadt portrays a U.S. Navy sailor embracing and kissing a total stranger, a uniformed dental assistant, on Victory over Japan Day on August 14, 1945. In what popular American tourist destination did this picture get taken? That was called VJ Day in Times Square. Question number 8. Giovanni Giustiniani died from wounds he received while defending this city. This city used a giant chain connected to the old Galata Tower to prevent ships from accessing the Golden Horn. Orban designed the giant basilica cannon to target what city's Theodosian walls in a 1453 siege led by Mehmed II? Lots of clues there. The answer is Constantinople. Question number 9. Cars employ catalytic converters to detoxify exhaust. What is the name of the transition metal, an expensive precious metal with the chemical symbol PT that is commonly used in catalytic converters? The answer is platinum. Question number 10. This holiday's 7 principles are represented by a kinara holding 7 black, red, and green candles that are lit throughout this holiday. What is the name of this holiday that was established in 1966 by Maulana Karenga, who named it for a Swahili phrase meaning first fruits? The answer is Kwanzaa. Question number 11. During an experiment named for this material, Hans Geiger counted flashes of light on a zinc sulfide screen, generated after an alpha particle was shot at a foil of this metal. That experiment was overseen by Ernest Rutherford. What is this highly malleable metal that is used in electrical connectors? It was called the Rutherford Gold Foil Experiment. The answer is gold. Question number 12. This voice actor of Anna in the Disney film Frozen and former star of Veronica Mars stars as Eleanor, a horrible person who accidentally gets sent to the good place in the TV show The Good Place. What is the name of this actress? The voice actor of Anna in Frozen is Kristen Bell. Question number 13. According to popular culture, a red telephone was installed to provide a hotline between the Kremlin and the White House. In reality, it's not a red phone, nor is it in either official residence. But the hotline was created in the wake of poor communication in what October 1962 event? The answer is the Cuban Missile Crisis. Question number 14. In mathematical estimation, accuracy of the estimate will increase as the size of this group increases. In statistics, information about the population can be estimated by pulling a small subgroup of the population, known by what term? The term we're looking for is a sample. Question 15. One of Shakespeare's histories begins with this deformed king bitterly declaring that now is the winter of our discontent, made glorious summer by his brother Edward IV. Who was this man who usurped the throne only to be killed by his cousin Henry VII at the Battle of Bosworth Field? Name and number, please. The answer is King Richard III. Question number 16 with James Hartle. This man described a model in which the beginning of the universe is a singularity of space and time. What is the name of this Cambridge physicist whose popular science work, A Brief History of Time, describes black holes and other cosmological ideas to the non-scientist? The answer is Stephen Hawking. Question number 17. This city is home to the Heinz Food Company headquarters, and tourists often eat sandwiches dressed with coleslaw and fries at this city's Primanti Brothers. Steelworkers traditionally ate pierogies in what city, which sits at the confluence of the Monongahela, Allegheny, and Ohio rivers? The city is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Question number 18. Drag is sometimes reduced when the surrounding fluid is undergoing this behavior, in which inertial forces dominate viscous ones. What is this behavior that is commonly experienced by airplanes in rough skies? That last part should have made it pretty easy. If an airplane is in rough skies, there is a lot of turbulence. Question number 19. This author wrote about Peter, Martin, and Jack, who represent different factions of Christianity in A Tale of a Tub. What is the name of this satirist who also wrote a novel in which a sailor visits the nations of Lilliput, Blefuscu, and Laputa? That second novel is called Gulliver's Travels. The answer is Jonathan Swift. And question 20. The Power 9 of this game includes the Moxen and Black Lotus. In January of 2017, this game announced the banning of Smuggler's Copter, an artifact vehicle from standard play. A player may lose what card game by being decked, or if their life total falls from 20 to 0. This game is called Magic the Gathering. Question number 1. What are the only 2 countries that have not missed a single modern Olympics, winter or summer? There's only 2. The answer is Greece and Australia. Question number 2. The worship of Krishna is observed by which religious faith? The answer is Hinduism. Question number 3. In the popular Disney film, what are the names of Cinderella's 2 evil stepsisters? You must give the name of both of them. The answers are Anastasia and Drizella. Question number 4. At a restaurant, you may see deer meat listed under what name? The answer is venison. Question number 5. In what year did Netflix begin its streaming services? When it started, it was mailing out DVDs. What year did it begin its streaming services? The answer is 2007. Question number 6. In which country do more than half the residents believe in elves? The answer is Iceland. Question number 7. What was the name of the first woman inducted into the U.S. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? The answer is Aretha Franklin. Question number 8. In 2017, Luis Fonsi released what single featuring Daddy Yankee that topped the charts in 47 different countries and won the Latin Grammy for Record of the Year? No matter where you're from, you heard this song. The answer is Despacito. Question number 9. According to the legend, what was the name of the French Benedictine monk who supposedly invented champagne? According to the legend, it was Dom Perignon. Question number 10. What insect does the Bible say that John the Baptist ate in the wilderness? The answer is a locust. Question 11. What volcanic igneous rock has a density less than water? The answer is pumice. Question number 12. What is the nickname of the area where the most volcanoes erupt and the biggest earthquakes occur on Earth? They gave it a nickname. What is that place called? It's roughly the shape of a circle. They call it the Ring of Fire. Question 13. What popular food item has a name that translates to the little donkey? The answer is burrito. Question number 14. When referring to the aviation industry, what does the acronym TCAS stand for? The answer is Traffic Collision Avoidance System. Question number 15. How many keys are on a standard full-sized piano? The answer is 88. Question number 16. What American beer brand has long been promoted as the king of beers? The answer is Budweiser, or Anheuser-Busch. Question number 17. In the Back to the Future movies, what was the name of Marty McFly's rock band? They were called the pinheads. Question number 18. How old was Mary Shelley in 1818 when she wrote her first full-length novel, Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus? Question 18, 1818, she was 18. Question number 19. The first part of the Condor trilogy, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, was written in 1957 by what Chinese writer? On the cruise ship, we definitely got this one wrong. It is Jin Yong. Question number 20. How many elements are there on the periodic table of the elements? I feel like we've had this one for a question 21 recently. But you got to get it right on the head. The answer is 118. Question number 21. What is the rarest M&M color at around 13.5%? Questions like this are pretty trivial. I don't know how you judge this, but apparently the rarest M&M color was brown. Is brown. Question number 22. What team won the American Football Super Bowl in 1993, 1994, and 1996? The answer is the Dallas Cowboys. Question number 23. Who was the lead singer of the 1970s American rock band Journey? His name was Steve Perry. Question number 24. In which year did Michael Jackson receive his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame? The answer is 1984. Question number 25. The brutal right-hand man of Dr. Kananga. In which James Bond film does the character T.H. Johnson appear? The answer is Live and Let Die. Question number 26. Which male Hawaiian musician is known for his cover of Somewhere Over the Rainbow? The answer is Israel Kamika Vivole. Question number 27. What does a funambulist do? Funambulist. What does a funambulist do? They walk a tightrope. A funambulist is a tightrope walker. Question number 28. What shape is generally used for a stop sign? Internationally, it varies a little bit, but generally, a stop sign is an octagon. Question number 29. How many colors are there in a rainbow? Technically, the correct answer is all of the colors, but there's a specific number. That's what we're looking for. The answer is 7. Roy G. Biv. Question number 30. Representing the original actors that signed their contracts to the studio in 1914, how many stars were on the original Paramount Pictures logo? Originally, there were 24. Question number 31. What is the capital city of Paraguay? The answer is Asuncion. Question number 32. What is the world's most expensive spice by weight? The answer is saffron. Question number 33. What is the last letter of the Greek alphabet? The answer is omega. Question number 34. What is the world's most venomous fish? Remember, there's a difference between poisonous and venomous. We guessed incorrectly on this one. I think poisonous is some sort of puffer fish, but the most venomous fish is the stonefish. Question number 35. What was the original name of the search engine Google? If you know this, then you know why they changed it to Google. Because I could not imagine searching with backrub. Backrub is the answer. Question number 36. What kind of dog is Handsome Dan, the mascot of Yale University? Handsome Dan is a bulldog. Question number 37. At about 1820 psi, which mammal has the most powerful bite of all land animals in the world? The answer is the hippopotamus. Question number 38. What was the Major League Baseball player Yogi Berra's real first name? We guessed Antonio, and we were wrong. His real first name was Lawrence. I don't know how you'd know that if you didn't already know it. Question 39. The phrase, "I think, therefore I am," was coined by what French mathematician and philosopher? The answer is René Descartes. And question 40. On August 10th, 1984, what action thriller movie became the first to be released with a PG-13 rating? This is another tough one. But the first PG-13 movie in America was Red Dawn. Question number 1. U.S. Highway 40 follows a number of historically important roads and trails, including what famous wagon trail used by tens of thousands of settlers to travel from Independence, Missouri to the Willamette Valley in the Pacific Northwest? The answer is the Oregon Trail. Question number 2. The Kol Nidre prayer is recited on this last of the high holy days that follow Rosh Hashanah. This holiday includes a day of fasting and Vidui, the confession of sins. What is the name of this Jewish Day of Atonement? The answer is Yom Kippur. Question number 3. This architect's inverted ziggurat is a feature of his design for a building with a spiraling interior walkway, the Guggenheim Museum in New York. What is the name of this prairie school architect of falling water? The answer is Frank Lloyd Wright. Question number 4. This author wrote a novel that declares that each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. What is the name of this Russian author who wrote The Death of Ivan Ilyich, War and Peace, and a novel about Stiva, Dolly, and Count Vronsky? The answer is Leo Tolstoy. Question number 5. This family of writers included the author of Agnes Grey and the tenant of Wildfell Hall. What is the surname shared by sisters Anne, Charlotte, and Emily, who wrote a novel in which Edgar Linton marries Catherine Earnshaw against her foster brother's wishes? Anne, Charlotte, and Emily Bronte, the Bronte sisters. Question number 6. Winslow Homer's The Gulf Stream shows these creatures circling in a small boat in rough Caribbean waters. A century earlier, John Singleton Copley painted the thrilling rescue of Brooke Watson from one of what type of animal? Both examples are the same animal. What kind of animal is it? The answer is the shark. Question number 7. If the object completely sinks rather than floats, the amount of water displaced is equal to this other property of the object. What is this quantity, the amount of space an object occupies, that is measured in liters? The amount of space an object occupies is its volume. Question number 8. A local ruler in this book possesses a golden cap that can summon an army 3 times, and is too afraid of water to steal the silver shoes, which this novel's protagonist uses to return to her Aunt Em, with Glinda's help. What is the title of this L. Frank Baum novel? In the movie, they were ruby slippers, but in the novel, they were silver shoes. The answer is The Wizard of Oz. Question number 9. Music in this genre commonly features syncopated rhythms played by a small ensemble of saxophones, brass, and a rhythm section. What is the name for this broad music style that developed alongside swing in 20th century America? Some say it's the only true American art form. The answer is jazz. Question number 10. Nikolai Milyutin organized zemstva for these people after Emperor Alex II carried out their emancipation in 1861. What is the English term for these unfree peasants of Tsarist Russia? The answer is serfs. Question 11. Vasopressin causes this organ to reabsorb more water, increasing the concentration of the waste product produced by this organ. What is the name of this pair of bean-shaped abdominal organs that filter the blood and regulate electrolyte concentration? The answer is kidneys. Question number 12. The announcement, "Tranquility Base here, the Eagle has landed," was made by what commander of Apollo 11 who exited the lunar module shortly before his crewmate Buzz Aldrin? The answer is Neil Armstrong. Question number 13. Bureaucratic failures and personal inexperience made Cyril Radcliffe's job, drawing the border between these two countries, highly controversial, and it led to immense violence. What are these two countries that were formed in the August 1947 partition of the British Raj? Still today, they are separated by the Radcliffe Line. It is India and Pakistan. Question 14. Peter Bruegel made a painting of this type with the Fall of Icarus. The Barbizon School specialized in these paintings, like Millet's The Gleaners. What is the name of this style of painting, which feature wide views of forests, valleys, and other natural scenery? Those paintings are called landscapes. Question 15. This man ravaged the Italian countryside for over a decade, but was defeated at Zama by Scipio Africanus, ending the Second Punic War. What was the name of this Carthaginian general who led a military force, including war elephants, over the Alps? His name was Hannibal Barca. Question 16. During Jamestown's starving time, this leader infamously ordered that he that does not work shall not eat. What was the name of this colonist who claimed that Pocahontas saved his life by throwing herself in front of his executioner? His name was John Smith. Question 17. This country's first prime minister, Count Cavour, made a secret alliance with Napoleon. This modern country unified under King Victor Emmanuel II in the Risorgimento. The Red Shirts under Giuseppe Garibaldi fought for what European country? The answer is Italy. Question number 18. The largest city located on this body of water has just over 100,000 people and it is the least populous city to be the home of a National Football League team. What is the name of this inlet of Lake Michigan? This little bay is called Green Bay. Question number 19. This politician gave the Checker speech, vindicating his good name to the American people. In 1973, what man told the American people, "I am not a crook"? And then in 1974, he resigned as U.S. president. The answer is Richard Nixon. And question 20. In the old comics, this character started out as a small-time criminal called Red Hood before he had a bad day and fell into a vat of chemicals. Who was this member of Batman's Rogues Gallery who emerged from the chemicals with green hair and bleached skin? The Red Hood is now the Joker. Question number 1. This god was accompanied into battle by Jerry and Freki, since he gave them all his food. This god will attack Fenrir with his spear Gungnir at Ragnarok. Who is this god that kept Hugin and Munin, a pair of messenger ravens? I think I've given you every clue that you could possibly get for this god. It is Odin. Question number 2. Situated on the Blackwater River on the spot where Aegon the Conqueror landed in Westeros to begin his conquest, what is the name of the capital city of Westeros and the Seven Kingdoms in George R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones series? The capital city is King's Landing. Question number 3. In most depictions, this character is far less vicious and simply charms kids to sleep with magic dust. However, in an E.T.A. Hoffmann short story about what folk character does he steal the eyes of children who won't sleep and inspired the first act of the opera, The Tales of Hoffmann? I prefer the much gentler version of The Sandman. Question number 4. This author wrote the comic play The Ransom of Red Chief, in which a pair of kidnappers pay to return a child that they kidnapped. Who was this author that also wrote twist-ending stories like The Duplicity of Hargraves? Another one by him that had a twist at the end was The Gift of the Magi. It is O. Henry. Question number 5. George Orwell's short story collection, Burmese Days, includes a short story about shooting one of these animals. In a short story by Hemingway, hills near the Ebro River in Spain are compared to white ones of what kind of animals? It's the same kind of animal in both situations. What kind of animal is it? The animal we're looking for is the elephant. Question number 6. What is the title of this 1968 song by George Harrison that protests, "I don't know how someone controlled you, they bought and sold you," and declares, "I look at you all, see the love there that's sleeping"? Those are lyrics from the song While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Question number 7. Liam O'Flaherty's insurrection takes place during this rebellion, in which a citizen army led by James Connolly sieged Dublin Castle. What was the name of this April 1916 uprising that was suppressed by British forces after roughly a week of fighting? This insurrection was known as the Easter Rising. Question number 8. In a Yasunari Kawabata book titled For These Birds, they appear on Yukiko's scarf, which is brought to a tea ceremony. A legend promising good luck for those who fold 1,000 of these birds inspired a novel by Eleanor Kaur. What are these birds, a symbol of youth in Asian countries? These birds are cranes. Question number 9. One of these vegetables is cut, breaded, and deep fried to the tune of 1,900 calories in an Outback Steakhouse appetizer. Rather than cakes or parfaits, what is the food that is the preferred metaphor for the hidden nature of ogres, according to Shrek? Cakes have layers, but also onions have layers. Onions is the correct answer. Question number 10. In The Merchant of Venice, before the noblewoman Portia has Shylock sentenced to be converted to Christianity, he is a member of what religion, and would therefore have been forced to live separately in a ghetto in his own hometown? He was a member of Judaism. So he was a Jew. Either Jew or Judaism, both work. Question 11. This molecule consists of nucleotides formed from thymine, adenine, guanine, and cytosine. James Watson and Francis Crick discovered the double helix structure of what biomolecule that codes genetic information within the genes? I would think that the double helix shape might give it away. The answer is DNA. Question number 12. Thomas Midgley used this element to boost octane rating and stop engine knocking. But in the 1970s, the United States banned the use of this element as a fuel additive. What is this toxic element found in old paint and pipes whose chemical symbol is Pb? The answer is lead. Question number 13. These concepts often arise from thought experiments, such as a time traveler killing his own ancestor. The phrase, "This phrase is false," is an example of these statements because it cannot seem to be true or false. What is this type of confusing statement or argument which logically contradicts itself? The answer is a paradox. Question 14. A satirical work of this type by Ambrose Bierce claims that the French eat more bread than anyone else because only they know how to make wheat palatable. Lexicographers create what type of books? I did not know that they made satirical dictionaries, but apparently there's at least one. Dictionary is the answer. Question number 15. In 1839, slaves aboard what ship overthrew the crew and ordered the ship sailed back to Africa? Instead, the crew sailed to New York leading to an 1841 Supreme Court case in which the slaves were freed? What was the name of that ship? The answer is La Amistad. If you just said Amistad, that's fine. Question 16. This producer of The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt co-hosted the Emmys for 3 years with her former co-anchor, Amy Poehler. What is the name of this creator and star of 30 Rock and the author of Bossy Pants? Her name is Tina Fey. Question 17. The 1989 roundtable negotiations took place in this city and legalized the existence of the Solidarity Trade Union. What is the name of this European capital city, which also names a defensive pact agreed to by Soviet allies? This specific pact was called the Warsaw Pact. The answer is Warsaw. Question 18. In Sikhism, a dastar protects this substance, which is called kesh and tended with a kanga, 2 of the 5 Ks. Peyo are a variety of this substance in Orthodox Judaism, and Samson derived his strength from what substance? It's the same substance in all 3 situations. Samson famously derived his strength from his hair. Human hair is the answer. Question 19. In this event's aftermath, Theresa May replaced David Cameron as Prime Minister. Stock markets plunged after news broke of what June 2016 public referendum that decided to end a namesake country's participation in the European Union. It was Britain's vote to leave the EU. They call it Brexit. And question 20. At the beginning of this novel, the captain of the Demeter writes about the disappearance of the entire crew and seeing a large, dog-like creature. In what 1897 novel does Jonathan Harker enlist the help of Abraham Van Helsing? The answer is Dracula. Question number 1. This school has 30 stories, and each book about it contains 30 chapters. Louis Sachar is the American author who wrote about what school which does not have a 19th floor and where many sideways stories happen in his children's book series. Those sideways stories are from Wayside School. Question number 2. Annual Bastille Day parties used to be held at this palace until they were discontinued in 2010. Which European country is the home of the Élysée Palace that serves as the official residence of the president? The answer is France. Question number 3. Adam Curry is credited with creating the first one of these in 2004, which he named Daily Source Code, and Ben Hammersley of The Guardian is credited with creating what term? A portmanteau of the words iPod and broadcast. Adam Curry started the very first podcast. Question number 4. The last of the pharaohs of Egypt, Cleopatra tried to preserve her family's position of power by getting involved in Roman politics, such as her affair with Julius Caesar. How did this wife of Mark Antony supposedly commit suicide? The answer is a snake bite. Question number 5. Robert is most famous for assassinating a famous American outlaw. Henry is known for pioneering the use of the assembly line in manufacturing, and Gerald was the only person to pardon a former U.S. president. What last name did these 3 men share? Robert, Henry, and Gerald Ford. Ford is the last name. Question number 6. Frank Sinatra was nominated for 6 of these awards during their first year. The group Pentatonix won one of these awards in 2015 and 2016 for their a cappella arrangement work. What are these music awards given by the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences? Those musical awards are called Grammys, the Grammy Awards. Question number 7. This singer was 16 when her self-titled debut album was released in 2006. What is the name of this singer-songwriter who started in country music but has moved into pop music with hits like Out of the Woods and Wildest Dreams? The answer is Taylor Swift. Question number 8. On 3 different occasions, this city went to war with Rome, and it found much success when this city's general Hannibal marched on Rome on top of elephants during the Second War. What was this ancient African city founded by Dido, the enemy of Rome during the Punic Wars? The answer is Carthage. Question number 9. The Davidoff Stradivarius cello, once played by Jacqueline Dupre, now belongs to what French-born American cellist, a former child prodigy and possibly the most popular classical musician in America? Who owns the Davidoff Stradivarius? That classical musician is Yo-Yo Ma. Question number 10. The mansions of this religion include Bobo Ashanti and the 12 tribes of Israel. This religion refers to its home nation as Zion. Believers in this religion honor the Lion of Judah, a title given to the Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie, who is an embodiment of Jah. I honestly did not plan for the steel drums to kick in right here, but they're perfect because the answer is Rastafarianism. Good timing. Question number 11. The tawny frogmouth is often mistaken for this type of animal. These animals are divided into 2 families called Strigidae and Titanidae, which are more commonly known as the true and the barn varieties. What is the name for these nocturnal animals? The answer is an owl. Question number 12. Friction can be divided into 2 types. Static, which occurs when the objects are not moving, and what is the name for the other type, which occurs when at least one of the objects is moving? 2 types of friction, static and what? Static and kinetic. When something's moving, it's kinetic. Question 13. According to legend, this scientist dropped balls from the Leaning Tower of Pisa to show that heavier objects do not fall faster than lighter ones. What Italian astronomer's observations made with his telescope help support the theory that the Sun is at the center of our galaxy and not the Earth? The answer is Galileo. Galileo Galilei. Question 14. In this movie, Abigail is abducted by Ian and rescued by Ben and Riley, who she ends up helping. The main character in this movie buys a copy of the document he has just stolen, the Declaration of Independence. What is this 2004 movie starring Nicolas Cage as Ben Gates? That movie is called National Treasure. Question 15. This animated Disney movie from 2000 was set in South America. What was the title of this movie about Cuzco, voiced by David Spade, who is turned into a llama and goes on an adventure with Paca? That movie was called The Emperor's New Groove. Question number 16. Characters with this profession include Ornstein, the captain of Gwyn's Four in Dark Souls. In Hearthstone, taunt minions can be killed by the battle cry of a black one of what type of warriors, who declares that none shall pass, in reference to a skit from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Those video game warriors are knights. Question 17. Made up of what is left over of Lake Bonneville, the lake is now fed by the Weber River, the Bear River, and the Jordan River. This lake has both brine shrimp and brine flies, but does not have any fish species living in it. What is the name of this lake located near a U.S. state capital city? Located near Salt Lake City, it is the Great Salt Lake. Question number 18. 4 unnamed light warriors starred in the first installment of this video game series in 1987. These games are famous for their chocobos. What is the name of this series that has spin-offs which include the Mana series and the Kingdom Hearts series? These video game series are Final Fantasy. Question number 19. In Journey to the Center of the Earth, Lidenbrock and Axel travel through an Icelandic volcano to discover dinosaurs, electrically glowing clouds of gas, and an immense cavern in which a 12-foot tall humanoid herds what prehistoric relatives of the woolly mammoth? That 12-foot tall humanoid is herding Mastodon. And question 20. Omar Khayyam's The Rubaiyat famously proclaims the need for a jug of this, a loaf of bread, and thou. In a Ray Bradbury novel partially titled For What Substance, Leo attempts to build a happiness machine, and Douglas Spalding spends his summers in Greentown. All you need is a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou. Wine is the answer, and that is it for today. In 1902, the Secret Service Agency was mandated to guard the United States President 24/7, 365. Who was the first American president to be assassinated while protected by this government agency? The answer is John F. Kennedy. Question number 2. In what country would you find a Tim Tam, a brand of biscuit introduced in 1964 that consists of 2 malted biscuits separated by a light hard chocolate cream filling and coated in a thin layer of chocolate? The Tim Tam is from Australia. Question number 3. Shia Muslims believe the Prophet publicly designated his cousin and son-in-law to lead after his death. What Muslim sect, which makes up 85% of the Muslim community, believe the Prophet did not declare a successor? Typically, the Shia Muslims believe he did, and the Sunni believe he did not. Question number 4. Born in England in 1821 and settling in Cincinnati, Ohio in 1832, Elizabeth Blackwell became the first woman to receive what type of degree in the United States, doing so on January 23, 1849? Elizabeth Blackwell was the first woman in America to receive a medical degree. Question number 5. As a result of a Polish uprising in 1944, German leaders dedicated an unprecedented effort to razing what European capital and destroyed over 85% of this city's buildings, including museums, churches, and castles. Razing with a Z, so it's tearing down, not building up. The answer is Warsaw, the capital of Poland. Question number 6. This board game was invented in China over 2,500 years ago and is believed to be the oldest board game continuously played to present day. What is this abstract strategy game where 2 players aim to surround more territory than their opponent? That game is called Go. Question number 7. On December 2nd, 1931, NBC and RCA began transmitting experimental television broadcasts from a small antenna erected atop the mast of what iconic New York City skyscraper? The answer is the Empire State Building. Question number 8. Carrie Fisher and James Earl Jones never met during the filming of Star Wars, but they did finally meet on what television show about 2 Caltech physicists, their 2 friends, and an aspiring actress who is their neighbor? They eventually met on the set of The Big Bang Theory. Question number 9. This art masterpiece is the 3rd most searched for painting on Google, after Mona Lisa and The Last Supper. What is this painting that was created by a Dutch painter who committed suicide at the age of 37? That painting was The Starry Night. Question number 10. What television show, which ran from 1985 to 1989, featured Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd as private detectives and one of the first examples of dramedy, combining comedy and drama? The TV show with Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd was called Moonlighting. Question number 11. Which Olympic track and field athlete had 65 consecutive victories in the long jump over a span of 10 years and is one of only 6 Olympic athletes who won a gold medal in the same event in 4 consecutive Olympic Games? It was track and field. He was a long jumper. His name was Carl Lewis. Question number 12. The youngest to ever play the character of the Joker on film. What was the name of the actor who took the role to the next level and won an Oscar for the Best Supporting Actor in 2009? He won that Oscar posthumously. His name was Heath Ledger. Question 13. They have a double coat of fur that is thicker than that of most other dogs. What is the name of the dog breed that originated in Northeast Asia that were bred by the indigenous people native to the Chukchi Peninsula for sled pulling and companionship? The Chukchi Peninsula is in Siberia. Those would be Siberian Huskies. Question number 14. Tripe is a meat that comes from any ruminant animal, including cattle, sheep, deer, or goat, and it has a chewy texture similar to squid and tastes like liver. What part of the animal does tripe come from? Tripe comes from the stomach. It's the stomach lining. Question number 15. It can trace its roots back to at least 1096 and is located 60 miles northwest of London. What is the name of the university that, according to the Times Higher Education Report, is the #1 university in the world? The answer is the University of Oxford. Question 16. Native to Africa, these animals are found in savanna and desert regions. What is the large, flightless bird that is the heaviest living bird, the fastest bird on land, and lays the largest eggs of any living land animal? The answer is the ostrich. Question 17. The world's fastest train that passengers can ride, the Shanghai Maglev or the Shanghai Transrapid, is a magnetic levitation train that can reach a top speed of 268 miles per hour. It can be found in what country? The name Shanghai Maglev probably gave it away. Shanghai is in China. Question 18. The biblical Magi, 3 men named Gaspar, Melchior, and Balthasar, are also referred to as the 3 wise men in Christian tradition. When they visited Jesus, they came bearing what 3 gifts? According to the Christmas story, they came bearing gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Question number 19. The Marx Brothers were an American family comedy act that made 14 feature films. 2 of them, Duck Soup and A Night at the Opera, are rated in the top 15 comedy films. The 3 most famous brothers were Groucho, Chico, and Harpo. What is the name of either one of the other 2? There's Groucho, Chico, and Harpo, and Zeppo and Gummo. If you guessed either one of those, you got it right. Question 20. Due to its beautiful sights, excellent restaurants, numerous wine regions, the City of Lights, and the Cannes Film Festival, which European country typically has the most tourists annually? The answer is France. Question number 1. During the Tokugawa shogunate, what was the name for the class of noble warriors that ranked just under the daimyo in social and political power? The answer is a samurai. Question number 2. Which waterfalls on the Zambezi River are often found on the lists of 7 natural wonders of the world? The answer is Victoria Falls. Question number 3. What is the name of the polyhedron which has a polygonal base and triangular faces that converge to a single point called an apex? This specific type of polyhedron is called a pyramid. Question number 4. Late British writers such as William Wordsworth, Percy Shelley, and Lord Byron were part of which period of literature which focused on nature and strong emotions? That was the Romantic period, or Romanticism. Question number 5. Stephen King wrote what story about a town that gets sealed off from the outside world by a large, mysterious piece of glass? This story is called Under the Dome. Question number 6. Their arms are stretched towards one another in the painting. An iconic scene on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel shows God creating what man? That painting shows God creating Adam. Question number 7. A part of the Mahabharata, which 700-verse Hindu scripture tells of a conversation between Prince Arjuna and Lord Krishna? The answer is the Bhagavad Gita. Question number 8. Hermione eventually falls in love with Ron, although before that, she attended the Yuletide Ball with what wizard from the Durmstrang Institute? The answer is Victor Krum. Question number 9. After his success at Thermopylae and Artemisium, Xerxes' fleet was destroyed in what 480 BC battle in a strait west of Athens? That was the Battle of Salamis. Question number 10. These angular characters were carved into stones to record legends and myths. What is this writing system used to represent ancient Germanic alphabets? These stone writings are often called runes. Question 11. Which 3 words in the following sentence make up the prepositional phrase? The scrappy football player kicked a football through the uprights. The answer is through the uprights. Question number 12. Elijah travels to this mountain after fleeing Jezebel. Moses had received the 10 Commandments on which biblical mountain? This mountain can either be Mount Sinai or Mount Horeb. Question number 13. What was the name of the September 1814 battle in which a star fort overlooking Baltimore Harbor survived a night of shelling relatively unscathed? That was the Battle of Fort McHenry. Question 14. Isabella and Ferdinand completed what centuries-long Spanish campaign against Muslims in Europe with the 1492 surrender of Granada? That was the Reconquista. Question 15. A pair of VC-25s currently serve as what vehicle, replacing the SAM 27000 in 2001? Those identifiers are for the plane we know as Air Force One. Question 16. Mars is home to what volcano, said to be the largest one in the solar system at 2.5 times the size of Mount Everest? That is the Olympus Mons. Question 17. Since the 1500s, which European country has celebrated its version of Thanksgiving by holding a special mass at the Pieterskerk in its city of Leiden? Pieterskerk is a church in the Netherlands. Question 18. The tallest known single tree on Earth is named Hyperion and is a member of what species of tree in California? The answer is a sequoia or a coast redwood. Question 19. What was the name of the Confederate general who surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant at the end of the U.S. Civil War? This Confederate general was Robert E. Lee. And question 20. What is the name of the Japanese art form in which pieces of paper are folded into intricate shapes without cutting? Questions like this are why speed is important. The answer is origami. And most people knew that. But if you're playing with somebody, the person who wins the point is the person who says it the fastest. So the way these questions are designed, the way these games are designed, is to play with multiple people. I know a lot of you, including myself, don't play with anybody else when you're doing it. You're just playing by yourself, but they're created for groups. So you're supposed to be playing these with a group of friends. Whoever yells it out first technically wins the point, but this is a pretty open and broad spectrum game. You can play it however you like. Here's question 21, the tiebreaker. If you add up all the degrees of all the exterior angles of any polygon, what number do you have? 5, 4, 3, 2. The answer is 360. 360 degrees is the answer. Whichever player got closest to that wins. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.